trash can, give medication, see if Tux shows up. I got the medication ready. Oh, my alarm. I was down there looking. She's right there. She's at the end of the sidewalk. Oh my gosh, she's not. Morning, man. Second there, I didn't think Tux was going to eat it. So frustrated by him wanting to row up him against me and not eat it. So, but I don't have it. Like I don't have an abundance of that medication left. I have about as much as I need for him. And so I came back in and mixed in some nutritional yeast in it, and then he ate it a little bit more, but he wouldn't finish it. So that's when I had to I scooped it up onto my finger, and he licked it right off my finger. Who would have thought? I still want him rubbing up against my legs, man, because I'm like paranoid about that shit. In fact, he was trying to rub his face into it at one point. And then he started almost stepping on it. I'm just like, oh my god, I thought you were gonna eat it. You didn't leave Mama enough in that one. Okay, good. So at least Tux got a good meal and medication. Minimum, Tux got the medication and got a can in already. So that's good. Good to have the food with the meds. Okay. Busy morning when it's crash morning. A little bit busy. Plus had to get his medicine prepared. That's why I made the stream last night. I didn't go live last night. I didn't have tacos. I was just too. I don't think I've had tacos since Simon's been on medication. Something about like having this night routine makes me not like want to deal with leaving the house after a certain time. I want to make sure that I get Simon his meds at 6:30 on the dot. I want to make sure I pick his food up at 7:15, like or 7:30, depending on how he's eating. Like I just, and that, those are. It's around 6 o'clock that I want to go like pick some food up. That's what was happening around 6 o'clock. I was like, "Hey man, I might go now." And I was like, "Well, shit, I got to give Simon his meds in 30 minutes." And then I'm like, "What if I forget? What if I don't know." I don't ever leave at night. I've noticed. It's like I don't remember the last time I went somewhere when it was dark outside. It's pretty rare. I just had some nasty Stouffer's. Dude, never again will I buy Stouffer's chicken fried rice. It was on sale half off, so I'm not too pissed off about it. But what the heck? That stuff's so salty. Woo! Add that and some more egg rolls. What did you have last night? Where the heck did Tux go, man? She done scared him all the way off. I don't think he went under the house this time. Dude, I cannot believe we just got medication in Tux. That's cool. And I'm really gonna have to take Tux to somewhere eventually to get him checked out. Alright. Oh, time for more food. Mama go down to the house. I was hoping she'd pop in and get that other plate since it's closer to the hole. I pushed Tuxedo to the other plate, which has all the scraps on top of it too. So maybe he'll be less contaminating to the other food. I don't. Oh. Hey, we got one medication in. Oh my gosh, stop smelling my fucking feet. Uh-huh. I had to use a wet wipe to try to wipe off any remnants of Tux. Looking healthy. I don't know. His face doesn't look that healthy. But he's very chipper in the morning. I tell you that. He's a man. He's wanting to hang out. Oh my goodness. What is he doing to me? Oh, fucking cat. That kind of shit kind of pisses me off. Come on, Mama. Get him off that food. Come on, Mama. Damn it, Mama. I just don't want, man. I'd rather not have a continued reinfection of Mama from whatever drool this cat has. You know what I mean? Why can't it fucking finish the plate I gave it? That is slightly fucking infuriating. It won't just eat its plate. There's plenty of food on that fucking plate. All we need to come out and smack the shit out of him. There's probably a reason why he's a stray dude. You know, he looks all loving and caring and shit when he's here, but probably a reason why somebody was like, get the fuck out of here. I don't know. He needs to be neutered. Probably. That's why. This motherfucker, really? Oh, now he's full. Why is he fucking idiot? Now he's trying to put the collars into the food. God damn it. Those collars are dirty. Stop it. Where are the cats, man? Kitty. Yeah, it really is. I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's sad. We got some dirt in the food just now, too. Hopefully, there weren't any fucking, I don't know, spores for parasites or whatever they are. Eggs or whatever. I feel like I need to get this medication in him first before trying to do anything else, though. At least he got that in. Day number 1. I only have to do it for 3. It says 3 to 5 days, she said. So I'll try to do 5, but if I only get 3, then I'll call it a win. Semi-win. Hey, man. DPE. This is so odd. They just left 2. They just left almost 2 bowls just chilling. She definitely smells him on my legs, though. He rubbed up against my leg a little bit, and she keeps smelling it. Here. Why are you smelling everything? I know, I feel kind of bad, like, trying to get him to get away from me and stuff. Kind of there. She still showed up at the sidewalk. You not main. Are you getting buffering right now? Who's messing up? As it is. Oh my gosh, I always feel so bad, like trying to get him away from me by going like we're trying to scare him off just to get him, and it doesn't even scare him off. It only scares him off like a foot from me, and then he runs back at me. I guess it's not that big of a deal, but I mean, look at what we got now. What is this? What is this craziness? They only ate like one can each. I mean, I get it's trash day, but I mean the trash truck's not really running yet, so it's crazy out. How crazy did I look trying to give him that medication? I probably look like a spaz out there. Give him that medication. How stupid I look. A little bit of nutritional use made a huge difference in him wanting to eat that, though. He was a good boy with it. He was a good boy with it. Hey, mama. He was a good little tux. Yeah, let's do those things. Your planet been spoiled. I didn't realize like that. Well, I mean, she would have seen the other worms if she'd had other worms, I guess, in the fecal. She only had the Giardia. I was thinking, like, whatever Hux has, it's such a broad spectrum. Hopefully, he starts feeling better. Just maybe just from one dose, he'll start feeling a little better. But if he has a large infestation, the medication could make him feel worse for a little bit because he has to, like, the worms are going to freak out. Parasites are going to freak a little bit. Oh, she didn't want that one. He put his mouth all over it. She didn't want it. And maybe go out there and stir it. Oh, mama. And I just sat down. Picking the spots, aren't you? Got again. Peace out. Right to really? Wait, is it? No, this isn't. I thought it, dude. My what I was watching the stream was at 144p, so it was all super blurry all of a sudden. Like what? Oh, I gotta deal with that. We're good though. See, there's like almost a whole can of food sitting there. They only went through a can and a half each, roughly. We're 1 hour in. Heck yeah. Got a cat medicated, 2 cats, 4 cats fed, 2 cats medicated, 2 litter boxes done. Trash has been taken to the street. All the trash in the house has been taken out. Cycling. Our water bowl has been cleaned. There's theirs, fresh water in both. What we got? Hey. I got you. Your tail is mine now. So, Sister T, remember the other day when you were like, that'd last me all day? Because how much is left in there? There's enough in here to last me all day long, still. Because there's hash oil clumps in there, too. Right, you can't really see them. The hash oil clumps in there are enough. Like, this might even be 2 days worth. Like, I made that freaking $30 joint. I haven't really been smoking as much weed as I used to. My lungs have been acting up, and I don't really have it. I don't really have. I'm not blowing. I'm not spending that much money on it anymore. What are you doing back there? The vet's office messaged you back. Yeah, that's why I gave the medication this morning. I have the best vet in the country, especially for cats. Oh, Mom did show up. I didn't see her. She was here. Look at 7:01. Look at right when I started the stream. She was outside the door right there. Stop. No, this is never mind. I'm looking at the wrong day. Never mind. This is never mind. I'm looking at the silly. The hell? Dude, Mark's message isn't showing up. He deleted it apparently and left. Apparently he was in the wrong chat room. I don't know. Your message got deleted earlier. I didn't do it. I think I did it. I didn't have the pocket in my phone. I mean, the phone in my pocket, did I? So weird. Oh, a bunch got deleted. Oh no. Why is it? Dude, look at this. It's totally deleted on my end. All the beginning messages from this morning are gone. If you refresh, they'll be gone too. Even the messages on when the food bowls are put out and everything. Everything before a heart. Everything before the heart. Everything before the heart was deleted. What the heck, man? For like an hour's worth of messages. Do you see that? Cold girl, you're not even funny, dude. Like as if you're fucking perfect. You come in here every goddamn day acting like you're perfect. It's not a good look. Yeah, I don't know, dude. They're fucking gone. How would that many messages have just been pocket deleted? You still see them? Have you tried refreshing? Why aren't you refreshing? What do you mean I'm not refreshing? I can see them too on the chat bot. They're still there, but I'm just wondering if you refresh it, they disappear. I, that's up to you. I don't know. I don't know why you're able to see them. It doesn't really matter. It's just it's not a big deal. I do appreciate us having it and doing it and stuff, but yes, they're gone, dude. I don't fucking know what just happened, man. Did I time you out or something? Fuck. Why did Marks disappear too? Don't worry about it. It's okay. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? It's not like I'm creating a spreadsheet after this or anything. I'll just put in the title, Tug's got first dose of medicine today. You don't have to worry about any of it. If you said something else fucking stupid, Colt Girl, I haven't read it yet, but if you have, I'm banning you because I'm tired of you. I'm not here for your bullshit. Let's see what you said. What's the matter? Don't know what's going on. Nothing new. What? What are you fucking talking about, dude? Tug's got his fucking first medicine today. That's not new? You're a fucking cunt. You know that? Say something stupid right now. Give me an excuse to ban you from this channel too, please. I've been waiting on it. I don't give a fuck how much you love her, Mark, because I'll still delete her ass. I don't give a shit if all of you love her. I'll delete her because I don't love her. How about that? Say something stupid, bitch. Say something, bitch. Say something, you little fucking cunt. Do it. Make it good, because it's gonna be the last fucking thing you say in here. And at least under that dumbass name. Fucking day you come in here bugging me. This is gonna be the last one. You say one more fucking thing to bug me. I know you're not gonna be able to help yourself, so just go in and do it. I really don't understand how the messages got deleted. It didn't. I don't have any kind of messaging on here saying that someone was timed out or anything. And you never noticed being timed out, right? Like, what the fuck? An hour's worth of messages is deleted. Kind of sucks. At least, I mean, they're on the screen at least, so they're not completely gone. I don't know how that happened. I actually couldn't have done it with my phone. All I can do is block people because I'm not signed into Kitty Cam. So even if I would have pocketed you, it would have been a report or a block. And a report, I don't think it deletes all your messages, just that one message. What the fuck just happened, dude? Did she jump up on the desk and do shit? Is that what happened? Was she deleting messages? I don't know how else to explain what just happened, dude. She must have been. I didn't have. Had it up there. There she is. She was on the table. I don't know. I don't know how she would have deleted all those like that, though. I don't know, dude. I have no idea how that happened. I couldn't have done it with the phone. That I have all the years that I've been streaming, I've never had messages just delete like that. It was buffering earlier. Oh yeah, maybe YouTube just glitched out and I don't know. Like deleted all the messages. Did that? What? I don't remember what time I said that though. Wait, I have a tells me here. Yeah, that was kind of around the time 7:56 because he sent the last message I got is 8:03. Deleted messages after that though. Oh no, it's seven. You put 7:56 Momma, but that one didn't. That was the last message. 7:57, 7:58. Yeah, it must have something to do with that because it was right around the same time that it said that there was issues. That's so weird, though. It was already there. Like the information. Nobody else has ever come across this. I guess that's the only explanation. I'm sorry, Sister. Man, it sucks to delete all your messages for a freaking hour. Dude, I used to actually get teary eyed, like when I would have to time someone out because they were starting to be racist or something or whatever. I didn't know. I had to delete all their messages from the screen. It would make me sad. I did and I was mad at the person because they were like doing something stupid in chat, and I was still like sad that I had to delete their words. So when it just happens randomly, it really makes me sad. People took the time to type stuff and it just gets deleted. You want to eat up here? That's true too. The screen resolution was well on my, yeah, bumped it down to 144. Something happened. First time for everything, I guess. Who the fuck moved my trash can? Man, dude, why is why has someone moved my trash can to where it's crooked? I know why now. There was a car there he left. He probably moved it to help open his door. It wasn't that close to this fucking car though. Don't touch my cans, buddy. Dude, Tuxedo was so vocal this morning. I wish y'all could hear him out there. He's so vocal every morning. But he was so vocal that the neighbors, like my neighbors here that I share a wall with, they got their back door, their back window, their screen window open. And I came back and their cat was right there looking out of it, like, what's going on back here? What the hell going on back here? Oh yeah, what the vet said was because I have a stray with diarrhea, good appetite, very friendly and energetic. Seems to be at least a year old, but I'm not sure. Is it a good idea to give manicure for possible parasites? I have some left. Thanks for any advice, doctor. I sent a picture of him real fast. Older picture of him. Just let's see his size. I put a picture of his some of his poop. I picked up most of it, but there was some I could like she could at least kind of see it. And then she said, "Yes, 2 ml mixed in treat food once a day, 3 to 5 days." That's simple. Boom. Mm. I think that since I do like this stuff for stray cats and my vet sees this, I think that I'm like one of the I don't think I'm like special, but I'm one of the like more like they might be more willing to help me because they know that I'm like doing a lot of stuff for random cats maybe because I'm trying to help. I'm doing stuff that I don't have to do. Maybe it's like aside from just trying to keep. And plus, at the same time, she has to know that I'm being extremely strict with Simon's medication and everything for him to be doing so well. I know I'm like really trying with Simon. I know I'm really trying with her about how I brought her in when I thought her leg was hurt. And they know that I brought her in from underneath the house. I just like started taking care of her, as well as there was Lola as well. Well, they don't really know about Lola. There was a Precious and Precious's brother. They know I helped out get taken care of. Oh, I'm like one of the I'm in the club kind of a cat caretaker club, not just a please help my cat club. It's different. I think it might be different. They see me more as one of them instead of just someone who needs them. I'm more of trying to be uh, more like them instead of just taking advantage of their service. I'm providing a service too. Oh, no matter how much I sleep, I'm still tired. Dude, she ate almost all her food this morning too. So if I didn't, like, if I went a night without feeding her at 11:30 or 1 o'clock or whatever I feed her, if I just went one night, she would be super hungry in the morning because she eats just about an entire meal throughout the night. I split them up into three, uh, the same size meals, and yeah, man, that thing was almost gone this morning. Oh, she's kind of not growing anymore, is she? Hey, doing? I do more for cats than I do for myself, kind of. I think at this point. Simon never does that. Acts like he's gonna cover his food up like that when he's full. Oh man, Royce didn't try food. He tried a pumpkin spice latte. Oh, he tried a pumpkin muffin with it though. Oh, hey, 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 kitty, kitty. Kitty, I'm trying to help your people. Trying to help your people. Trying to help your people. Hmm. Reports of shooting at Appalachia High School in Georgia. Breaking news. Lugner's live with it. What? Dude. What? Dude. Taylor Swift and that football player's relationship has been outed as being a showman's to boost their careers and write a book about it. The NFL star had a contract with Taylor Swift. Dude, fuck Hollywood, man. Fuck all that shit. Seriously. Hollywood's dying slowly because of shit like that being exposed. People are tired of being fooled and that dude, the content sucks now. Movies suck anyway. I know she's not an actor, but this is all Hollywood. This is a Hollywood type fucking Hollywood and music. They're connected. I mean, look at 70s music. Look at like 80s music in general. Music, popular music. The 80s, the 90s depended on popular music for their movies to blow up. Like the Titanic song. You know what I mean? Huge. They wouldn't have had that. It would have mattered. It would have mattered. And a lot of movies are like that. That one I think was actually made for Titanic, but the music that isn't made for movies that they take and they pay and they put in the intro or even video games, dude. Look at Modern Warfare with the Eminem song. Like that shit helps sell stuff. It's all dying, dude. It's dying because we're people are realizing that they're using this shit to trick us. You see all the we could see all this shit you're fixing. There's a way I could. If you post a no, that won't work. See. I think messages will show up as picture form. Shoot. I mean, there's Discord, but I don't know. Can't make it pop up on the stream automatically. Okay, what we got here? Looks like they got a rope wrapped up around something that's not supposed to be around. Or this was an anchor rope. You didn't say. You don't give any explanations on it. You gotta give us an explanation. Oh, we lost Jenna Zimmerman. Never knew her anyway. Have a nice life, Jenna. You were always a cunt to me. I'm sorry, I don't even know who that. Oh, where is the kitties? I don't really care today as much as I like. All I care is that Tuck's got the medicine. Would like to not waste the food. A dog tie out. Oh, I don't know where you tie a dog to it. Your dog doesn't fall off. Jet ski.
Appalachian High School in Winder, Georgia. I do not at the moment have any kind of live footage I can bring you. If I get any of that, I will certainly let you know. This is being widely reported now. Again, Appalachian High School in Winder, Georgia.
It was being widely reported now that you probably had the shittiest coverage on here.
Guys, here. Give me a moment. Give me one moment.
Only heard that they're okay, but you know it because you see it. And we know there are so many parents trying to get to their kids right now. Hopefully they'll be able to get people through as quickly as possible, because that waiting, whether you know in your mind it's okay, it's still so hard to wait to have that moment where you actually lay eyes on your child and know they're okay. There's that lineup of cars, parents who got the call at work, got the call at home that they needed to come and get their kids, and we assume those are probably parents there walking across the field. Just get out of the car and walk to the field.
Yeah, because at this point, it's going to take a while for a car to navigate this space.
Whatever you need to do to get to them as fast as you can, right?
Yeah, and at this moment, that's all they care about.
Our kids dead.
This school with 1,900 students, first day back from a long holiday weekend. That is a lot of students to try to get back to their parents, and this is just one of 2 high schools there in this district, and so it is just one of those heartbreaking moments where you just want to feel a sense of peace. Not sure where those law enforcement officers are jetting off to, but we see them hopping in their vehicles.
It's interesting because you wonder what you were saying about what kind of response is what we're seeing now sort of a part 2 as an investigative response to maybe something, as we see a line of cars and some law enforcement leaving the school and going wherever.
Hey, thanks
they
for the
get the
likes,
call
everybody.
next.
How many we
Charles
got?
has been doing a great
Let's see.
job of sort of helping us navigate
4
the scene
likes.
from
Hey, more
multiple
likes than
points,
people.
because
Can't complain
for
about
high
that.
school, 1,900 students. This is a pretty big campus there. So we see them sort of racing down the road. You guys are watching this with us live as we just sort of sit in this moment, in this scenario together as this all unfolds in real time.
So watching the law enforcement
Simon,
response, and we think,
Simon,
well, what
come
call
here.
came in, what information are they moving
Simon,
on,
come here.
and how
Come
is it
here,
all
you good
connected?
girl.
But we go back to, you know, the encouraging parts, and that is that parents can get to the students, that they have given the okay for that to happen. And it looks like maybe phase 2 is happening off campus. Did they get a tip about maybe something connected to whatever happened inside? If you're just joining us, maybe just reset for a moment here. We're talking about reports of shots fired at Appalachian High School in Winder. That's in Barrow County. It's a school of about 1,900. It's right off of US Highway 29 and University Parkway. This is a school that
Always
opened in
tucks to
about
get
2000.
could get some
so about
loving, you
24
know.
years old. One county. You're watching.
I feel bad for Tux out there wanting to hang out, and just up with this fucking helicopter pilot. What are they looking for?
Make sure everybody is taken care of, do the investigation, and also then communicate information.
What is this guy
we know
doing?
There's not a lot of details available right now, and that might feel frustrating.
Oh, he's
especially
watching
for those
where
who have
they're
people
going.
They love inside that school. But hang tight. As soon as we have things confirmed, we will certainly share it with you. But quite an image here to see law enforcement racing down the road on whatever response they have gotten, some information they feel urgently to pursue.
Yeah, that is
For
kind of
sure,
weird.
Cheryl,
What's
this
going
scene
on?
is shifting, no doubt, because they are speeding away from the school there through the city of Winder, about 40 miles northeast of the Atlanta city limits.
Wow.
And so now it appears that we could have multiple scenes as
Oh,
they are
shit.
jetting off
This
from
just
the
got
school
crazy.
grounds. As of 11:33, parents have been given the all clear to show up to the school, as we saw them lined around the building to pick up their students who have been officially released after reports of gunfire happened at this high school, Appalachian High School there in Barrow County, this hard lockdown. And so now we're working to figure out where this second scenario could be and where they were jetting off to. 11 Alive's Doug Richards, Molly Oak, trying to work their way safely through the traffic congestion there to get on the ground and set up and bring us more information once they sort of talk to parents out there to tell us what they're hearing. You know, we would be interested to hear from some of the parents as we work to get more of that confirmed information. But again, the Sky Tracker showed right about as soon as we came on air, maybe 11:15, 11:20, that's where we saw that medical helicopter, one person loaded onto that and taken away. Heyman Morris Road, right outside the city of Winder, where we understand, you know, this information is coming in. We just got a tweet from Governor Brian Kemp that went out on X, formerly known as Twitter, saying that he has directed all available state resources to respond to the incident at Appalachian High School and urge all Georgians to join his family in praying for the safety of those in our classrooms in Barrow County and all across the state. The governor is saying they're going to continue to work with local and state and also federal partners here.
Jeez, that's a nice school.
And further
Track,
respond here
man.
to the situation. So we know the governor is in the loop. All safety resources being designated to this situation.
All right. Appalachian High School, reports of shots fired. I think that just made me take a deep breath, because those kinds of resources needed just kind of speaks to the level of the response and what parents and us as a community are feeling about what's happening here in Winder, these images that we see too often, and what schools prepare for and hope they never have to put into place in terms of response and procedure and protocol. The same goes for law enforcement. And then the call comes and you have hundreds, more than 1,000 kids waiting on a football field to be reunited with family. But the questions remain about what happened inside and the need for that medical helicopter. We know those helicopters are brought in serious situations, and when time is of the essence. And we're waiting to find out more about who that person on that stretcher may have been and how that person is doing.
Yeah, it seems like they have another medical level 1 trauma center that's a little bit closer there, as we talk about Gainesville in the area of Northeast Georgia. So thinking of that person and their family as well, as we sort of take a deep breath to look at this scene from above. It's all we have right now, but parents, definitely positive perspective here that you are able to get to your children, and it doesn't seem like the school is on a lockdown from the outside perspective as far as you making your way there onto campus, but we are showing you the streets from all directions, just showing how many parents are lining the roads, and that's, really tough to sort of navigate and get through. It's the same thing that our crew on the ground is experiencing. We've sent 2 crews there. They're in the area, but of course having a hard time actually getting that close because of how many people are there really trying to respond to make sure that their children are safe. And it's that thing where you don't know what you don't know. And that's what sort of, makes your heart skip a beat here in some of these scenarios. FBI Atlanta also posting Governor Kemp introduced the aspect of those federal people and saying that they're aware, the FBI Atlanta, of the situation as well, and their agents are on scene coordinating and supporting with local law enforcement there. So that is coming from the FBI Atlanta posting there on their Instagram page.
As I'm looking online right now, what I see is a tremendous amount of support, love, and prayers being shared towards the community and people there. Some people sharing accounts that they have loved ones, someone writing about his wife being a teacher there, and
you want the string more than anything.
It is to watch this play out on the screen and waiting for information as you at home are waiting for information. There is a lot of information out there.
They don't seem to be in very much of a hurry out there. Is it like, I don't think there's anything to worry about right now.
Reports from police, from law enforcement. Again, the governor releasing just a little bit ago that he's sending all available resources towards the school and the investigation. But we feel like it is significant that the
she just said
parents
cunt.
are allowed
Oh my
on campus
God.
now to
Cancel
reunite
culture.
with the kids.
Get on
So
her.
all of these sort of layers happening simultaneously as we're waiting for more specifics about what happened inside the school now more than an hour ago. We started hearing reports about this more than an hour ago, and we did see law enforcement a few minutes ago jumping into the cars and heading off campus grounds, and we're waiting to hear more about what perhaps new information or leads they may have been following.
Yeah, that definitely escalates the situation when you have local, state, and federal authorities now here on the scene responding to this. We see this big sheriff's tactical vehicle there that is set up, and we see multiple agencies, still a couple of stretchers out on the lawn to see if any of those are needed. We do see a couple of people having more of eager body language here as we look at this scene from above, but also I want to commend the response of those students. When we got the view of the students there at the football field and in the bleachers,
they were so
everyone
calm.
was just all in the same area. We didn't see anyone, running or screaming. These are sadly the moments that they've prepared for, the drills that they've done throughout their years.
Shut the fuck up. If there's not anything going on, why would they be screaming and running?
Kids have probably been practicing for moments
if there's
like this
gunfire happening, I'm sure that they weren't fucking single file lining it up there. You dumb fucking cunt on
kindergarten,
Alive 11. Oh God, they were so great. They're so good. They sat there. How do kids sit?
How
do they do that?
You still see how many students still
Like, this is what the
on
fucking
football
news
field
does,
there
dude.
in the stands.
They try to
waiting
over
for someone to
sensationalize
come pick them
anything.
up.
That
You know,
look,
what
oh,
we
it's
don't know and have not
unbelievable how
heard is
those
if the-
kids
if
were
the
able to
students will
have a
be
cup
allowed,
of
if they
water
are
afterwards.
driving age,
Look at
those
that impeccable
upperclassmen,
training.
could
They're all
leave
drinking
on their
cups of
own.
water
We've just been told
right
that
afterwards.
parents can come to the school to
Looks
pick
filtered.
up students as well. So
That's
a lot of
great.
students
That,
still
you know what?
there
Now
on
that
the
shows
campus of
true,
Appalachia High School
true
there
training,
in
Appalachian
Winder
spirit.
As this investigation goes on.
They
And
just got to
part of
keep
what
fucking
happens now is
talking
the
and talking and
coordination
talking.
between all these different law enforcement. As Aisha mentioned, we've got local, state, the governor talking about federal support, FBI Atlanta confirming that there will be federal support in this. So there is a massive coordination now on a couple of different layers between law enforcement of all those different layers
Looks
to
filtered.
coordinate the response to
mean?
being at the school, but then the investigative response from this point forward, and then also the massive communication effort between the school district and the families and the school and law enforcement having to coordinate too, because this is an active investigation. So it's important to manage the information that's being released, even as there is such a need and urgency for anyone with a loved one, whether you have a friend that works at the school, if your spouse is a teacher, if your loved one has a student there, whatever the connection may be, what people want is answers. And in an investigation like this, in a response of an emergency situation of any kind, unfortunately, that sometimes takes some time. And it's interesting that more than an hour in, the only confirmation police have been willing to give at this point is reports of shots fired at the high school.
Oh my God, this one has a lot of hash in it. It's not burning well.
The all clear
Already
for
make my nose
parents
run.
to come pick up students. Beyond that, it's been a very,
come on, man.
careful not to release more detailed information, knowing the number of people out there who will be interested, not just because it's happening in our community, but the 1,900 families who are part of that school family, in addition to staff and people who work inside the school. So a huge umbrella of people wanting information, but a very slow trickle of confirmed
I wonder if this is actually a good school, like as far as education, or if they're just
come in. But the one thing that we can confirm that we saw as soon as we came on air, that one person was taken away and was
because we're
to
like
a local hospital away from the scene.
We're in Georgia.
One medical helicopter.
I mean, what are they? What are they
that
expecting?
one person has been taken away at this
They're,
time as the situation has escalated.
What are they trying to? They're trying to get football players,
Atlanta, knowing that
baseball, all that. They're trying to get
local
sports.
and federal authorities, FBI Atlanta, telling us they are aware of the situation,
So, like,
and they have
is Georgia
dispatched sources and resources
known
here
for
to help
producing smart
with
kids?
this scenario. The good news
Let's look. Let's look.
not such a hard lockdown to where the parents cannot get
what would
to students.
ACT score
You see
by
the line of
state,
cars.
maybe?
It sort of seems like it's thinning out here a little bit. I'm not sure if it was just the students more spread out, but it seems like that crowd has died down a little bit as well, as more parents are able to get to.
Here we go. 2024 ACT scores by state.
So here is this information, this coming in right now. Listen to this closely. This information coming. We have our Eliza Lucas on the sidelines giving us information. This one from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. They just released this. Shooting at Appalachia High School. I'm going to read this press release word for word. It says
21.3.
on the scene of
That's not bad for the average, but only 28% of them take it. So probably the smart ones are the ones taking it. I mean, you look at Alabama, 100% of the students have to take it. Their average score is an 18. That's like, I think I scored a 19 when I was in the 11th grade. Actually, I did.
One suspect
either,
is in
yeah.
custody.
That's it.
One suspect is in custody. Casualties have
I took it. That wasn't even really tried. I was just taking it as a practice.
Or their condition is not available.
I dropped out my senior year.
This is an ongoing situation. Updates will be released when available. Again, Cheryl, they report to us that this happened around
right after. No, maybe it was right after the
Police
first
Fire and
semester,
Rescue responded
like before
to
the second
school
semester started.
reports of an active shooting. At the time of
remember.
this release that came out to us, one suspect is in custody. Casualties have been reported, however,
But that just goes, if 100% of them had to take it, it wouldn't be that high. It wouldn't be 21.3.
It stands out to me that casualties is plural.
Yes.
What's Tennessee's?
That stands out to me as new
Tennessee's
information
average,
because up to this point, we
100% of Tennessee students have to take it, and 18.4 is the average.
Confirm visually seeing on
I scored higher than the average in 11th grade. Dude, it was either 19 or 21.
Casualties in this official release from the Barrow County
I wish I had that
Office.
kind of information to be able to look it up.
And that
Like if
they
there was a
can't really give us
database or some shit, I could look it up. That'd be
how many
sweet.
people might be impacted in
Is
terms of any kind of injury
By
or
you swear
the
by
level
Social Security
of
number?
the injury of those persons. Again, one medical helicopter is what we can confirm. We have seen all of these, and you can see them in your screen right now. So many ambulances that are parked there. Aisha and I can confirm in the time that we've been on the air with you, continuous breaking news coverage in the last 50 minutes or so, we've not seen
Dude, I wonder if it can retrieve my old scores from back in the day. Do you think it can do that, y'all?
Been there in our perspective from SkyTracker, but we
the second day of
don't know,
school.
based on that new release, how many people perhaps may have been hurt in what they're describing as a reported.
See, Tennessee had the TCAP
shooting.
every year.
Again,
We had to
as Aisha
take
was
what was
reading,
kind of like an
10:23
ACT
this morning,
yearly.
so coming up
Called the
on,
Tennessee
more than 90 minutes ago.
CAP, whatever CAP stands for. I think almost every, or a lot of states have a CAP. It'd be called like whatever state, a letter, and then CAP.
Or the number of people.
Might even be a CCAP for California. I don't know.
Here.
Is there?
This is just sort of heartbreaking. When we told you guys that these updates were going to come along as you were watching with us, and that is just
at the end of
to hear that this word is
whenever we took the test. I can't really remember now. But whenever you take the test every year,
all of the families
you kind
to make it to their
of see where you're at.
just not knowing what condition your child is in.
Hey, what are you doing?
How soon you can get to them. This is absolutely heartbreaking here coming out of
That's
County.
part
I'm
of
just
me.
watching these kids,
Ow!
and they're kids. They're high school
Ow!
kids. You're talking about 14 to maybe 18-year-olds. And they're just
No!
meandering around the school. You've got to imagine many of them are just trying to process what's happened in the last hour and a half as they're just going about their business on a school day. Hadn't even hit the lunch hour yet. Just maybe morning classes, and then this happens. That's the most significant amount of new information we've gotten in the last 90 minutes. Worth repeating from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office that they do say they have a suspect in custody. After what they say, the headline of their press release reads, shooting at Appalachia High School, suspect in custody.
No, the SATs, they had the SATs when I was in too. You could take either or.
Cars and take off at a pretty high rate of
Now I
speed,
think Tennessee changed it so they only
there.
take the ACT.
We were wondering if they had gotten new
I
information.
think I heard something about that a few years ago.
But again, what we can confirm is they have
Some states only do the SAT, I think. Maybe y'all wait. Maybe that's the thing with California. Everybody has to take the SAT here.
This is Appalachia High School in Winder.
I chose the ACT for, I forget what reasons at the time.
City limits here in
I think
Atlanta,
because of the
right off
colleges I was
US
looking
Highway
at.
29, University Parkway. It's a
Different-
school
because
of about
different colleges
1,900 students. You see the Wildcats
appreciate
there on football
one over the
season. It
other
is football
also.
season there, but the students
Probably
on
like
the track
Ivy League
for
colleges
a tragic reason today, being
are more
evacuated from their
SAT
school after
centric.
reports of shots fired.
They might accept
shooting
both
inside their
if it's
school.
high enough. Like
They
if
go
you get a
into
perfect
hard
36, which
lockdown
only like
protocol. They
I don't know,
know the drill.
2,500
They have practiced
students
for
get out
this
of
kind of a
millions,
moment that you hope never happens
2.5
at a
million or
school,
something.
But when it does, this is what happens. They get the kids out of the school.
you could
they
end up
get
on the
them to a
news with
safe
that, and then
location.
like you might
As
not have to even
parents
take
have been
the
waiting
SAT
on the
because
street
schools will be like, well,
outside
shit,
and around the high
boom,
school.
you're the guy.
Parents have
How
the
much you
green
want?
light to come. We know for
They'll
some
start
that's
getting
not as easy as it
stuff in the
sounds.
mail
Maybe they got a call
also
at
with
work trying to figure
offers
out
for
the
colleges
logistics
to
getting
come
to the kids,
pay them to
getting
come
eyes
bring
on
it.
the kids, wrapping
Dude.
them up. We have seen a couple of
I was reading something
reunions
about
from the
yesterday
perspective
actually.
of
Somebody got a perfect perfect SAT score, and they posted it on subreddit, and people were talking about what happened to them when they got perfect or close to perfect on also the SAT. And they just start getting blown up by colleges trying to get them in. That's really interesting, isn't it?
Now to think about,
because the college wants to be known for creating that person or molding that person into what they could end up being a proponent for the college. Stop biting me! What are you doing? Dude, you're about to get the fucking water.
On the number or condition available at this time. I know that they know how much people are waiting for that information. It's just not information they're able to
use
give.
These kids. They use them. Like, look, this kid came here. It's a good school for you too. Now pay all our tuition, and that kid's getting completely free ride just because like the other kids see that he went there, so they're like, oh man, I want to. They like want to hang out with him or something.
New information right now.
Interesting to me how colleges use smart kids.
Reading it together with you. GBI
for like to be almost like spokesman for the college.
We have agents.
Why else would they want them there so badly? And it's not just while they're there. After they graduate, they're then like, yeah, that was one of ours. They want the smartest ones they can get, so it looks like they're creating smartness.
To follow. Again, that is coming just a moment ago.
The ones that have the most money
investigation.
Just kind of recapping now, it was about 10:20.
What else can they give them besides a full ride? Can they straight pay them?
At Appalachian High School of reports.
The same shit goes for the sports too, dude. Like, look at this field. This is a high school field. That field looks like a college field. Because they're trying to make these kids into college football players.
Just after
at Georgia, sure, there are other states that are going to be more sports centric and more sports centered.
This release within the last 10 minutes, they told us that one suspect
Georgia's probably
casualties, unfortunately plural, have been reported. However,
the track is really nice.
On the number or their conditions is not available at this time. When we were on air, we only did see one of those emergency medical vehicles leave.
It's interesting how tracks stay so nice in colleges and in high schools too. It's all the security, I guess, or there's an extra. It's the cameras also. They always know there's going to be cameras, but is there an extra charge for defacing a school? Possibly.
No doubt, and just by the sheer number of law enforcement cars that we see,
they need to make it extra charges to deface parks then. Damn it.
Still there as
Maybe they would stay nice and not turn into fucking drug hangouts.
And how big that response
drug
was.
Apartments.
In case you're just joining us, I do want to read
look at Venice Beach.
The latest statement
fucking hanging out in the bathroom all day.
Quote, I have directed
literally
all available state
dude, have you seen this shit? They live in the bathroom sometimes in Venice.
And urge all Georgians
to join like two of them in there with hardly any room.
For the safety of those in our classrooms, both in Barrow County and across our state.
Governor Kemp was the first to tell us that all of these
dude, you think I can actually create a calendar
now we
though?
See the students, it looks like they're exiting the
stadium
area. They're sort of lined
I
up
registered or tested. I knew.
They were all pretty much in the stands there inside the stadium.
I tested before though. Wait.
Sort of bordering the gate that leads to the parking lot. Right outside.
I don't remember when though.
The football field.
I have never accessed my scores online.
We've just been watching this unfold in real time with all of you at home.
Okay, so what the fuck? I need my ACT ID number.
Of the law enforcement, of the students.
On the printed score report. That's too bad.
Side of that chopper. From what agency that might be. If anyone can see that more clearly and let me know, certainly tell me. But another helicopter coming into scene right now as we're watching this together. This is live from our view from our Sky Tracker.
It's probably a hospital chopper, right?
Now giving us this perspective as this investigation unfolds. There's so many layers to this happening right now. As Aisha was saying, as
isn't that cool how it does that? It's pretty.
They can be. We have both been so impressed by the way
it matches the screen graphics.
what is such a scary
Did that on
situation
purpose.
Unfolding around.
They must have
them
switched out the
on
blades
just
for the
a
news.
normal Wednesday morning until
for this
happened.
broadcast.
A helicopter landing here on the
I'm
ground.
just being stupid, but it's really cool that it does that, isn't
As
it?
we speak,
Pretty though, for real.
still there, and
It's a
coordinated
huge,
effort
like,
right now
art
from
piece.
local,
Like, if
state, and federal law enforcement, both on the scene.
you could just have
here,
that in your
and as
yard, it'd
this
be pretty, but it would
investigation
chop
moves
birds
forward.
up, probably.
And so this is, again, as Cheryl mentioned, the second helicopter that we're seeing.
You'd have to clean up bird parts all the time.
As soon as we came on air. And that sort of puts into perspective now that we've been told there is a possibility of multiple casualties that are here on the scene of
no fatalities, though.
While we haven't been
Casualties are not fatalities.
What are the conditions of the people who were
let's not get ahead of ourselves here and get all crazy.
Another medical helicopter has landed there on the ground.
So since I can't look up my ACT scores,
anything out from it is that one suspect is in custody. So with that, it appears that the danger is over, and now we are in response mode, trying to see the conditions of the people who possibly need medical help. The time now is 12:13. Let's walk it back. That first call came in at 10:23. So we're coming up on 2 hours of this situation as parents' hearts are pounding.
Who is
trying
this?
to figure out, is my child safe? That is the number one priority right now.
You can find old ATT scores from October 1966 until present. If you don't know your password or other online account details, you can email the ACT help desk, use the online chat feature, or call the number. Order ACT scores by phone by calling this number.
In terms of, one, the information we're getting, that there is a suspect in custody, and then we've talked about at length now just what it means when there is that all clear for people to come onto campus and for these students to be able to leave campus. Now, we've been watching as that's been unfolding here for an hour or more. That is a long and tedious process. One, because you see in the distance on the top of your screen up there, all of the cars kind of waiting to get in to the school campus. We saw some parents just get out of the car, walk across the field. They're not going to wait to be able to drive up. They just want to go see the kids. You see by the number of students still there on the field, this is taking some time. But we're talking about a school of 1,900 students, and then you add all the staff to that. This is a massive response on so many different levels.
And then we also want to bring you back to, and within the last 15 minutes, we saw a group of emergency vehicles peel off from the scene and go in a different direction. So we're also trying to work to see where they were headed, if there is a different part here. You guys are watching this live with us. We're getting this information and bringing it straight to you as it comes in. We're kind of leaned over here on the scene because Chopper is trying to zoom in to give us more
seniors. I don't understand what I'm even reading
there on the ground, because we still don't know what phase we're in, right? So we know the one suspect is in custody.
Wisconsin takes the cake for highest average SAT score. Wisconsin, man.
So many questions still need answers, but
what regardless
of what those answers
the air's so clean,
this is a gut-wrenching, heart-pounding situation here. As we're talking about students, we're what, a month into the new school year already? I just looked up some stats online. 35 school shootings reported in the U.S. already here as of July in 2024. Some of these kids have been practicing how to stay safe from a school shooter since they were in kindergarten. And now their time has come to where they've had to put these things into practice.
Oh my God, they're really like proud of the kids for being able to walk outside.
As parents, maybe because
it's very interesting.
we grew up perhaps at a time that it wasn't as prevalent. You know, it kind of breaks my heart. I remember
training for it,
not if but when.
I mean, we trained for earthquakes and tornadoes and shit too. We had one go over our school, but it wasn't really
since they were in kindergarten, sort of the response to whatever might happen.
I don't know, man. I don't remember it being like this kind of thing.
There are procedures.
Tornado went over our school once. Shit was wild.
In the most effective and efficient and in the way to keep as many people safe.
We had to train before the earthquakes because of the
we're just hearing from producers in the booth right now.
Real Madrid, I forget what the fuck fault it was. There's some fault line that we had to worry about all of a sudden. They were like
NBC
thinking
News
something was going to happen for some reason.
At Appalachia High School, 4 injured. So this information coming just to us right now, because remember, when the sheriff's department
That motherfucker,
sent
the
their
new
press release,
Madrid,
they said
the new
casualties,
Madrid.
plural,
Yeah, that's
but not
it.
knowing what the conditions were or how many.
Lies
So we can
within
put a
the new
number on
Madrid
that,
seismic
confirmed
zone.
through NBC News. Cheryl.
I just have to take a deep breath with
Yeah.
you. That is devastating, important, but tough information for our entire community and
don't know
for our country. Right.
We have multiple people inside this building. You have students, you have staff members, you have emergency personnel, coaches. This is a high school here of about 1,900 students. 2 high schools in the district. This is Appalachia. 10:23 this morning. The call goes out to police department. Reports of shots fired here on this campus. Multiple agencies respond, spring into action, get all of these kids out of the school, hard lockdown. We just understand that 11 Alive's Molly Oak on the ground floor. She's finally made it through all of the law enforcement. Going now to Molly, gonna take away from Chopper, guys. If we can keep Chopper in boxes, if possible, that would be great. As we get to Molly, we're gonna try to bring that back up. Molly, what can you tell us?
Simon doesn't want to come in. It's not my fault.
Guys, I know you've been seeing the just mass amount of law enforcement that's on scene here at the high school. And I want to say the only thing that rivals the amount of law enforcement is the amount of parents we have seen trying to get as close as possible to the school. I do want to step aside so you can see, because all down this road, aside from the parents walking, we just see blue lights flashing. We were on scene when we watched that helicopter land in the middle of the parking lot. As we were waiting to come to you, I've also been talking with parents that are making their way closer to the school. They've been telling me that their kids have been moved to the football field for safety as they wait for parent pickup. I talked with one dad. He said when he got the text, he honestly couldn't even believe it was real. He didn't want to believe it was real until his son told him, "No, Dad, I'm not kidding. There's somebody shooting inside this school." So as we're working to get more details, I also just got this confirmed from the GBI that they are also responding, joining the mass amount of law enforcement here. They did confirm that there was a shooting here at Appalachia High School in Bartow County. They said they have agents here on site helping out with local, state, and federal law enforcement with the investigation. They're also telling us that one suspect is in custody. They're asking anyone in the area that doesn't absolutely need to be here to stay clear while this investigation continues. Now, I also see multiple helicopters up in the sky. I know one of those is ours for you all to give you a better sight, but we cannot express just how many law enforcement are on scene. I mean, dozens and dozens, and we've got a Jackson County ambulance that just drove by us. You heard those sirens going. Even when my photographer and I were trying to get down here, we watched as about a dozen or so police, sheriff, etc., continued to blow past us on different routes, all trying to get to the high school. So right now, this place is locked down. Again, that was after students had a hard lockdown earlier this morning after reports of a shooting. That's now been confirmed as law enforcement continues to investigate. Guys, we're going to work to find out some more details and talk with parents out here as we send it back to you in the studio.
And Molly, as you were sharing your report, which is such a helpful perspective there on the ground, we can confirm Grady Hospital, the hospital we've been talking about as being one of the level 1 trauma centers, meaning they get the most serious cases. They have the wherewithal and the expertise to handle the most serious cases. We can confirm Grady Hospital has 1 of the 4 injured, as reported by NBC News. Again, 4 injured, 2 dead. We can confirm Grady Hospital has 1 of the
2 are dead now. I didn't know that. Did they just now put that on the fucking screen?
We can
See that?
see in the background there
I've
with
been.
Molly just how long
the most
To get all field
here.
because they have been practicing
Like 4 minutes ago.
Dead at Apple
Right there.
here of about
3
19
minutes.
students. We don't know how good or bad cell service is right now. The situation has been going
3.5 minutes ago.
on, coming up on 2 hours. It is 12:21.
Was it? Wait, it's flipping back and forth.
Came in at 10:23.
That was the first time they had put that, though.
Shooting in that school. One suspect is in
I
custody.
need water, baby.
But we have confirmed through NBC News that 2 people are dead and 4 are injured at this hour. The situation has definitely escalated here as more information comes in. We've been here with you since we came on air at 11.
No, stop.
Got our
Dude,
chopper
she's
here
being
on
a little
scene.
crazy
So
right now.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know what happened before Chopper got there. Clearly, this was intense. We see those students now.
My throat really hurts. I need water bad.
As the parents show up, that crowd on the football field is starting to thin out a little bit. But think about it. Beginning of the school year, football field is your favorite place. Right?
Friday Night Lights.
Friday Night Lights, and now that's going to be in the bucket with this is where I went when tragedy struck.
You know? Exactly. And I was thinking as you were talking, Aisha, just looking at all those kids on the field, now we know that 4 are injured and 2 are dead, but every single person on that field and every single person who loves them is impacted by this and affected and injured in some way.
Yeah, and even if you don't know anybody in Winder, Georgia, you may not even know where Winder is. Cheryl and I are sitting here bringing you this story while our kids are in school. Your heart just goes out to this entire community because you send those babies out that door and on that bus thinking that they're gonna come home. And it is just not a guarantee. We have at least 2 families who will not see their loved ones tonight, and 4 other families who may only see their loved ones in a hospital bed. The Sheriff's Department said they are working to confirm the extent of those injuries. We know 1 patient has been transported to Grady. One of our producers from home even told us
remember
that there's
these?
another level 1 trauma center in Northeast Georgia there in Gainesville. So the medical response is indeed at the peak of the situation. As we know, 4 people are being treated for their injuries. Sadly, tragically, 2 people are dead right now.
And we know that one of the injured has been taken to Grady Hospital. Grady confirming they've received 1 gunshot wound victim from Appalachia High School in Barrow County. We have a new statement to share from the Speaker of the House of Representatives, John Burns. He writes, "We're praying for the safety of the students, faculty, and staff at Appalachia High School and the law enforcement officers who are responding to the scene." Again, we can confirm through the governor and the FBI that local, state, and federal law enforcement are all on the scene at the high school you're looking at right now, all working together in a coordinated effort into what is now an investigation part of this response. We can confirm again, if you're just joining us, there is 1 suspect in custody. 1 suspect in custody. We have not gotten information on whether they think anyone else might be involved, but again, 1 person in custody.
And we continue to work here in the newsroom, seeing what information we can gather. We have reporters in the newsroom, our assignment managers trying to filter through all the information they can. And it's important for us to really be the eyes and ears of the community, because in the age of social media, so much information is going out. I did a little sweep through X, a sweep through TikTok, and people are, sharing the information, but we want to make sure that we bring
my throat is hurting like crazy
in the most accurate fashion possible. And with that, we can recount here. Appalachia High School, a call went out from the school 10:23 this morning of someone shooting. There was a shots fired call. Local law enforcement responded. When they got there, they encountered this situation. In the end, we can tell you that school was put on a hard lockdown. The students were taken out to the football field as the situation was investigated.
Dude, how many tennis courts do they have?
4 people are injured. On air, we've seen at least 2
big ass baseball field. Where's the golf course?
From this scene, Grady has 1 patient they have confirmed. 4 people are injured and 2 people are dead. As we look at this view from above of all of these students, a school of 1,900 students here. We don't want to zoom in too far, but we see another person being taken away from the scene on a stretcher. Not sure the extent, but you got to keep in mind here.
You had to choose
they're
that.
Outside.
You
it's
had
about
to choose
75 or so degrees right now. People may be having some sort of anxiety attack. We just don't know what's happening as we see this person being loaded onto an ambulance right now. This is stressful.
Yeah.
This is heart pounding.
Yeah.
You
this is
don't
helping
know
a lot.
if your life is still in danger. You're
mineral water.
And you just encountered a shooting.
I hadn't been drinking water. I didn't have any in here.
We don't know what they heard.
I have any cold water.
And so we might see more medical responses just in the aftermath here.
I think that's such a
Isn't it interesting that we chill our water and it tastes so much better? Well, this.
So are they.
Yeah.
and they are learning information about people that they know and care about.
If you open carbonated
and even as it's just
anything,
sinking in what's
when it's hot,
unfolded, we see another stretcher
you're
coming
wasting
out.
the carbonation.
So there is that kind of initial response, and then it is like
literally
caring for
it's floating
all of
out
these
of your
students,
drink
staff,
very rapidly when it's
on a lot of
warm
different
compared to
levels.
when it's cold.
As this
Carbonation,
doesn't
just like
end
any
today,
other molecules,
in many ways in terms of
is
investigation,
moving
but
less when it's cold.
It sticks with you, it sticks with their loved ones, and it sticks with the
So
community.
the more it moves, the quicker it off gases out of the water,
praying for
goes
the students
flat
and staff of
when
Appalachia
it's
High School
hot.
today and the families of the victims. I'm thankful for our first responders and law enforcement personnel who risk their
So like
lives
opening
every
them when they're
day
hot is
protecting
doing them a
Georgians.
disservice.
Please join me in prayer for the Appalachia High School community. Again, that's coming from Georgia Secretary of
gosh,
State
so
Brad
imagine
Raffensperger.
before we had
getting a response
refrigeration,
of
though,
prayers coming from
all we had was
elected
hot water to
officials
drink.
as they are all in the loop.
I don't know.
Governor Brian
We could
Kemp
get cold
saying
water
that
out of the
he's
wells,
also
I guess,
dispatched
but
an endless amount
dude,
of resources here to
have
this
you ever
area,
smelled some well
as they
water that
also,
smells like eggs?
enlisted the help of the
It's
FBI
slimy.
here,
Oh, that
as
was
one
a salt
suspect
brick
has
that was
been
doing
taken into
that. The
custody.
eggs, though, was
The latest
natural.
information coming out, confirmed by NBC News, that 2 people are dead and 4 people have been injured. We know Grady
Like the
Hospital here in
softener- the
Atlanta,
softener
a
made it
trauma center
slimy.
that takes the most serious of patients.
So we wouldn't have
has
had that
received
probably back
at
in the day,
least,
but
one victim here in this case.
eggs smell
This
shit,
is a
bro.
school
Can you
of
imagine
1,900
having to drink
students,
water
and
that smells
we
like
just keep
eggs,
going back to
bro?
just how widespread
Our ancestors
this
did
impact
that.
is for every
There are some
single
people doing it
person
now.
inside
They're
that
not
school,
buying
and every
bottled
person
water.
who knows them, but all of us here watching this together, these are the moments we go through.
Smell like
as a
eggs after getting out of the
community together
shower?
and change as a community.
I've
forever,
lived it in Chicago,
as a result.
in the burbs of
You
Chicago.
said it a few minutes ago,
South.
Aisha, and I just felt that kind of
Everybody.
pit in your stomach when you said there are
Right
2
near
families
where Michael Jordan,
tonight
it was
that
right
will
near
not see their
Oak
loved
Brook. Or I
ones.
can't remember the exact city,
My
though.
stomach is in knots. I
That gives you an
this
idea where I
situation just
was.
Sort of just rips your heart out to know. It,
That's a
when
nice area.
you
They
send
had
your kids to
plumbing.
School, this is just not what you expect. And imagine the parents that can't get to their kids right now.
It was such a
The
trip
mom
to
and
me
dad
that
is
in an
traveling,
area
they're
that
not in
close,
town, the
there was
kids
a
with
the weekly
grandparents, you
rent
just don't
place I've
know.
talked about.
When we see
An area
a
that
school of
close to
1,900
like
kids,
the city. I mean,
how many
I don't
kids are
know.
on
I feel like we were
that
still in the
field?
city pretty
Can you
much.
think of all the different stories that are playing out?
Yeah, well water.
For each of their families.
I can
What's
see
the
why it was a weekly
scenario?
rental.
What about the kid who doesn't have anyone to call? You know what I
Right.
mean? There are so many stories within this story.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some conversations online about spouses of teachers inside the school trying to reach loved ones who work in the school, whether they work in the cafeteria or in the classroom, whatever those positions. That's an entire school family and anyone connected to it, trying to get that information. More and more information coming out. Again, that one suspect in custody. We're waiting to hear if there might be more to that, if there is an attempt to find anyone else. We did see a while ago officers with some urgency getting into cars and speeding off from the school. It looked like maybe they had gotten some information and were headed that way. That's information that we've not been able to confirm or that police are not willing to talk about now. But we have heard from so many different entities, whether it be the FBI, the Speaker of the House, the Governor Kemp, all talking about this coordinated investigative effort at this point, from the FBI down to local police in Winder, as this investigation moves forward. Meanwhile, confirmation from Grady Hospital, a level 1 trauma center in Atlanta, that it does have 1 gunshot wound that they are actively treating right now. Again, NBC confirming 4 injured in this shooting at Appalachia High School in Barrow County in Winder, and 2 people have died.
Just kind of setting the scene for you here as we see just this real focus here on the football field area. This is a safe haven right now. This is where those students are safe. But in the last 5 minutes, we just saw someone taken out on a stretcher. Even if you perceive the threat to be over, we have 1 suspect in
The egg
custody.
it made it
Think about
undrinkable.
what these children,
I mean,
these
I
are
couldn't
children,
do it.
What they just experienced, what they just saw.
But our
This is a
ancestors, some of them had
life-altering
to.
experience to hear the sound of gunshots in your school, you know, a part of your school day. That call came in at 10:23 this morning, probably right before the first lunch period there. High school students eat a little bit earlier. And so they're just going on about their day, and all of a sudden this level of chaos and tragedy enters your life.
I wouldn't even think it was healthy.
Unexpected,
like maybe it's got something in there. It's going to get me sick.
That we will be talking about for days and weeks to come as we get more information about exactly what happened here.
I'm looking into that.
Who is this one suspect? Who are the victims? Who are their families? And even the people that will, you know, continue to battle their injuries for the duration of this period here. So this has just been such a tough situation for us to walk through with you here live, you know, as we navigate this. And so
hydrogen sulfide and sulfur bacteria in well water is what it's saying.
In Gainesville, but Savannah Levins, and shout out to our team, who some of them are not even on the clock. They're just trying to help us get all this information. So we know Grady and then Northeast Georgia Medical Center, both level 1 trauma centers. Those are going to be your closest to this scene.
But one of them says naturally occurring a result of decay and chemical reactions with soil and rocks.
Helicopter is
but it can also be sulfur bacteria in the groundwater well or plumbing system.
Someone on a stretcher being put into the helicopter. We saw that helicopter.
I didn't even brush my teeth with that shit though. All I did was shower with it.
At the high school, and that is the fastest.
Sulfur bacteria chemical reaction inside of water heater could cause it. A smell in your water.
Which is why the helicopter gets them there fastest, so that they can get the best care as quickly as they possibly can.
Some sulfur bacteria are not harmful.
One of the 4 injured we can confirm in this shooting at Appalachia High School.
Yeah, and we see the students here still on the football field area.
I wonder if gas is coming out of the faucet, though, actually.
Mass effort is the best way that I can sort of categorize it, given the scenario.
Bacterial slime
we have here at this school.
Maybe white, gray, black, or reddish brown associated with iron bacteria.
The traffic situation that's
bacterial slime, is that what I was feeling? I thought it was the salt block.
This is going to be unfolding for quite some time here.
Black stains on silverware or plumbing fixtures are signs of hydrogen sulfide gas.
We'll get it to you. So
on pipes,
looking at sort of the proximity
components,
of
the water distribution system, signs of hydrogen sulfide gas.
We now know 2 people are
dead.
They're
testing your water.
So from the high school to Northeast Georgia Medical Center is about 31 miles, 45 miles to Grady Memorial, so kind of similar in proximity. Grady Memorial certainly known around the region for its level 1 care, but 2 level 1 hospitals within similar proximity to the high school. Again, we know 4 injured, and we've just had the confirmation of Grady, so we don't know for certain where those other 3 injured have been taken.
In most cases, the redneck smell does not relate to the sanitary quality of the water. In rare instances, the gas may be from sewage or other pollution.
The confirmation of the numbers, that's coming from NBC News of the 2
be safe, test your well water for coliform bacteria and nitrate.
Information about what's
Damn, man, that's disgusting.
Again, we can report 1 suspect is in custody here.
Hey, that's one reason I came to California, though. I was like, fuck this shit. I can't do this anymore.
Was that initial release.
It was the last place I lived in Chicago. That was one of the reasons that got me to come out here.
This is the one piece of confirmed information that is coming directly from the sheriff's office. Reading approximately 10:23 a.m., officers from multiple law enforcement agencies and fire personnel dispatched to the high school in reference to a reported active shooting. At the time of the release, the suspect is in custody. Casualties, plural, have been reported. However, details on the number and their conditions not available. Since then, NBC News has reported 4 injured and 2 people have died. The sheriff's office saying it's an ongoing situation. Updates will be released. And again, we've heard from the governor and the FBI that federal law enforcement on scene here helping with the massive response that we
just had to do his rounds, I guess.
Helicopter and our ground crew, Molly Oak, all live on the scene. This is that on-ground
Cal calcium,
perspective, you just
magnesium
see
carbonates.
the massive number of cars, all the students, all the faculty and staff that are there at the school, fire trucks and ambulances in the distance. These are the scenes that make your heart sink when you see, and it's playing out in real time here in our community.
So now we're sort of switching to our ground shot from our crews that we have there. This is that line of parents that are outside the school. We're trying to wait to see if we can get our helicopter shot back. They've been out there for more than an hour, so they're going to regroup and we're going to try to come back to that. And so we're just kind of walking you through this scenario as we still see multiple emergency medical vehicles there on the scene. And that is because even as this is all unfolding, within the last 10 minutes, we saw someone being taken away on a chopper.
Dude, having a will is a pain in the ass, isn't it? Always you gotta worry about all this stuff, man.
Area, which was in the safety zone.
Being self-sufficient by having like a well and having a
you have to think
septic
there is
tank.
stress out there, there is anxiety out there, there is so much fear
You gotta deal with
that is
more.
coming through these students as they wait to be reunited with their families. This is some video that we're running back that we got from the chopper, just showing where the students were taken to safety there in the football field area.
That's a really important shot and good perspective because one, you see just how many students we're talking about. A school of 1,900 filling the bleachers there, filling the football stadium area. That shot right there is sort of what's become sort of the command center. We saw that mobile command unit that was there, and also that's where the medical helicopter we've been talking about. This was about 11:20 this morning where this life flight helicopter was taking off. We saw one person on a stretcher being carried into that helicopter, and we watched together live as it made its way to a hospital. Again, we can confirm one of the 4 injured. NBC reporting that there are 4 injured. One of the 4, Grady Hospital, has confirmed they have a gunshot wound there and are treating that person. We don't know the ages. I think that's also very important here.
Yes.
We don't know the ages of the people involved. Again, NBC reporting 4 injured, 2 people have died, but we don't know the ages of any of the people involved. We know there are about 1,900 students, and we know it was a full day with entire staff in the school as well. So we are waiting to hear about that as well as you get that overview of what's been happening now for more than 2 hours at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia.
11 Alive's Molly Oak has been working on the ground here trying to give us more information. Liza Luke is handing me information from the side, and so even the White House press office has sent out this release saying President Biden has been briefed by his Homeland Security advisor Liz Sherwood Randall on the tragic shooting at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia, and his administration will continue coordinating with federal, state, and local officials as we receive more information. Producers, can you tell us if Molly has those interviews? Are those ready? Molly Oak is on the ground talking to people out there as mostly parents are responding, trying to reconnect and reunite with their children. President Joe Biden just releasing information saying that he has been briefed on the situation along with Governor Brian Kemp. Also saying that he has indeed sent out even federal authorities here to join in on this investigation here.
And the entire community sending our strength and support as this is all playing out as we watch it together in real time. Molly Oak is live on the ground talking to people impacted there. Molly, I understand you've talked to some loved ones of the students there as they're waiting to reunite and learn more about what's happened inside the school during the shooting.
Yeah, Cheryl and Aisha, I'm going to stay off camera just so you can get this view of all of the law enforcement that's still here. You know, earlier when I spoke with you all, I told you the only thing that may rival the amount of law enforcement on scene is the amount of loved ones. That's who we've been talking to. I talked with one man who said he couldn't even believe it was real when he got the text from his son. And then I just spoke with a grandmother. Here is what she told me.
I feel really sorry for the kids that they've had to experience this, and the parents who got those phone calls that it was their child. He was with the principal, and the principal told him, run to the band room, don't look back, just keep running. So that's all I know.
I'm so happy he's okay. And you said your daughter is with him now?
Yes, his mom.
Okay.
Yeah.
So sigh of relief.
Yes, ma'am.
Could see it because she had sunglasses on, but from
I think it was a kid or an adult.
I could watch her as she was choking back tears the entire time she was speaking with me. I mean, she talked about also getting the call.
Was it a Trumper? Was it a Trumper adult? Was it a Biden or adult?
There's a shooting at the high school.
They're going to be on that
now. And she said she immediately just got up.
Was it ISIS?
The front desk, I'm out of here, and then drove here as fast as she physically could.
Was it Hamas?
I'm happy to say that her grandson is okay. He's a senior here at the high school. He is with his mom now, she says, but you heard her just harrowing account of what he experienced inside the school. And
I bet they weren't Jewish. I bet they weren't Jewish. You know what? I'd put $100 on it that they are not. They're not Jewish.
Strategic back again. What's going on, guys?
To even talk to people right now, guys. I was shaking listening to her story. I've been shaking listening to other people's stories.
I got that bet.
Texts or phone calls.
Not
so
Jewish.
our hearts go out.
Anybody want to take me on that one? $100.
Back to you all.
So, Molly, tell us about these cars that are lining the street.
Not Israeli.
Are they able to maneuver, or does it appear that everyone has sort of just gotten out of the cars because they're kind of stuck there as they try to make their way to their kids?
This place is
crazy
on
as
the
a
strictest
migrant.
form of lockdown that I have seen in a long time,
The
guys.
fuck, man?
I mean, when you
They're
park
doing
your
some
car,
weird
you're
shit
parking your car
lately.
and getting out, and that's what
I
a lot of
posted
these
one to
parents that I
Discord.
talked with as they're making their way
Read
through.
the headline.
They're just trying to get as close as physically possible to the school. So whether that means they are parking and just going. There was one guy who found a scooter. He grabbed that and started going. We've seen people getting on golf carts, just trying to get as close as physically possible to those kids that one parent told me earlier.
Man with ties with MS-13 charged in Indiana stabbing of teen girl.
Or ambulances, and then of course the helicopters in
dude.
the
You gotta
sky
look him
moving
up.
above. But
Really, he just did it for nothing,
that
right?
we really see here is whether people are on foot walking to and from the school, or you see.
Okay, so instead of just repeating, we're just gonna watch that real quick so you know what I'm talking about. It's fast. It's a quickie. 40 seconds.
Tonight, Indiana police announced charges for a man accused of stabbing a 13-year-old girl. It happened in unincorporated Lowell over the weekend. Police say the girl was watching a baseball game when she was attacked by 26-year-old Dimas Yanis. He was arrested soon after. Investigators say he was trying to cut his hair to change his appearance when they found him. There's his mugshot. Police say he's in the U.S. illegally, and that he was classified as a risk to national security due to his ties to an international gang. That young victim in this incident is expected to be okay.
Watch breaking news on YouTube.
So it's not beyond them to be around kids and then just... Sorry for
sheriffs, you see law enforcement, you see ambulances, there's a golf cart that I was just mentioning. So people are definitely getting creative and trying to get as close as physically possible just to get their hands on their kids and feel that they are okay. Because I know it's a different thing for a parent to hear that a kid is okay than to physically be able to see and feel your kid and know that they are okay after something like this. So that's what these parents are trying to do. They are just trying to lay some eyes and hands on their kids to know that everyone is okay. As we see another ambulance cruise on by out here. Again, remember the GBI confirming to us.
That was in Indiana, dude. MS-13 gang member in Indiana that came illegally. So they're everywhere now, dude. That dude probably came in as a unaccompanied minor, and he's like 20-something.
When you see an ambulance go by with lights on, it gives you pause.
Yeah, for sure.
Probably in foster care.
NBC, we're reporting 4 injured and 2 have died. But Aisha brought up a good point. Just the trauma of the experience is something.
Well-meaning
that
American
may be affecting
family.
Kids. So certainly, I know you're talking to people on the ground. Let us know if you hear any more information about, that ongoing response to help students and staff there on the ground, and this visual of parents just walking down the street. They're just leaving their cars, walking down the street. Molly, you're exactly right. It's one thing to hear that your loved one's okay. It's another to see them. And as people know, there are injured and 2 who have passed away.
We didn't get an SST.
There are
people
who
it's
are scared.
Incorporated,
and are not going to feel okay until they see someone
hospitals.
standing in
That's
front
a
of them.
level 1 hospitals right around the corner.
Grady Memorial Level 1 Trauma Center in Atlanta, about an hour away from the school. They've reported receiving one of those victims.
And Atlanta is only an hour away.
Live from Grady Hospital, telling us
That's actually like a really good distance from a city like Atlanta.
Well, we know that we have had some shots fired at Appalachian High School in Winder this morning.
You can still get in if you want, but like if all hell breaks loose, you got a good buffer zone.
Confirming that at least one of the victims from that high school shooting has been
Oh, Indiana was too? It was also...
Now, the suspect is in custody. We are learning that according to the sheriff's office in Barrow
like
County.
The
details about exactly what happened here are still rolling in, but we do know that both the FBI are on the scene, GBI is on the scene, and Governor Kemp is sending all resources to help out with this situation. Now, we are continuing to check in with authorities.
There's no way, dude. I mean, there is a way, dude, because
there are, how many fatalities, how many injured.
These
of course,
gangs are prison
we'll
gangs.
share them with you.
Some of them are prison gangs.
Hospital,
so,
Murphy, 11
hey, how's it going? You're huge.
We want to share
I used to jump on my lap.
information that we've just gotten
Hey,
from
you want to hang
mayor
out?
of Atlanta, Andre Dickens, who writes, I'm reading here with you as I'm going to read this together. Let me just find it here on the screen. My prayers are with the high school students, staff, and families affected by the senseless act of violence in Winder, Georgia. I have been in contact with the chief and the Atlanta Police Department. They've been working with the Atlanta Public Schools Police Department to bolster patrols around our schools for the rest of the day out of abundance of caution. APD has also been on standby in case law enforcement agencies need assistance with this incident. May God comfort the victims and their loved ones in the difficult days ahead. Again, that's coming just moments ago from Mayor Andre Dickens and the city of Atlanta.
And although we know that one suspect is in custody, it's interesting to hear that the mayor's initial response was to talk to APD and sort of bolster patrols around the schools here. Because what happens is the information spreads, right? And you don't want that fear and anxiety going throughout the district, throughout Metro Atlanta to these students as they know something has happened somewhere else. So just giving that sense of peace and calm to the students as they go about the rest of their school day. It's sort of hard to know that something like this has happened to your peers, whether you know them or not. You know what I mean? It just sort of gives that feeling of.
She keeps attacking his tail.
Your police presence around. We know.
I had to pull his tail up and kind of cup it in my hand so it doesn't
keep us safe.
Go down
Think about
here
it.
anymore.
You're a child. Even though we're talking about a high school, kids have encountered one of the biggest tragedies they will probably ever encounter in their lifetime. We don't know what they heard, what they saw during this incident. The grandmother that Molly spoke to said her grandson, a senior there at Appalachian High School, was with the principal who said, run, don't turn back, run to the band room. Can you imagine just what's going to be going through his mind, you know, for months and years to come just of this moment here? Think about all of the students there that we see years later from school shootings that happened so many years ago. They may have been in elementary school. It is burned in their minds what happened that day.
I'm still in touch with a number of parents and students who are at Columbine High School. And this was a defining moment in their lives. And I think it's important for the community to come together in a lot of ways in a moment like this and to show our support for people impacted and our understanding that this will be a moment that has great repercussions for everybody inside the school and beyond. Because of just the anxiety and how it gives you pause for what students and staff face every day as they go into school, just to learn, and parents, I know that these are thoughts that you think about, and you know that the protocols are in place, and you know what can happen, but you still don't expect that phone call or text to come through, and it came through today for every parent of a student at Appalachian High School, 1,900 students at this school.
And I can't help but think, Cheryl, we are just a few weeks into the new school year, you know? And so this is going to be something that they have to live with and navigate throughout the rest of this school year. And we just see this huge response of these family members and loved ones to just imagine there are still some parents that haven't been able to reach their child or to see them physically to know that they are okay. And when you roll up and just, like Molly said, the only thing that's equal to the amount of law enforcement and emergency personnel is the amount of cars of parents lined up trying to get to their child. And so there are some heavy pounding hearts right now. Even we are up here bringing this story. I'm keeping you guys updated on social media. We're keeping you updated on air. We are all experiencing this together, getting this information from Winder, Georgia, as it comes in. It is 12:50 right now. That call came in from Appalachian High School at 10:23 this morning. So we are well over 2 hours into this incident. And just in the last 30 minutes, we saw another stretcher being taken away from someone dealing with a medical emergency after this school was secured, because that one suspect is in custody. So even with that knowledge, there is still fear pumping through these students and these faculty members who just witnessed this.
And the waiting now for 2 hours to leave the school grounds, to get information, to be reunited, for whether you're a student or maybe a loved one or spouse, or you have a parent who teaches at the school. Thinking about the entire staff today.
What are you doing?
We want to reiterate, while NBC is reporting 4 injured and 2 dead, we don't know the ages.
I can't believe she just jumped on him and started attacking him while he was on my lap.
Was taken to Grady, a level 1 trauma center. No information yet on where the other 3 injured, according to NBC, are waiting to hear more from the Sheriff's Department. It stood out to Aisha and I both initially when the Sheriff's Department sent out its first official piece of information that the word was casualties, plural. And I think both of us took a deep breath when we saw that, knowing that this was going to have a wide impact in a lot of ways. Parents still walking down the road to the high school. You see this vantage point is quite a distance from the school. There's no driving in there for some parents. They're just going to get out of the car and walk to go find their loved ones. Again, a coordinated effort from the FBI, state, and local police at this point, as the governor was quick to share that information more than an hour ago, talking about state resources responding to the incident. And the governor said, all Georgians, asking all of us to pray for the safety of those in our classrooms in Barrow County and across the state. We understand that this is something every student, every parent, every teacher watches and will change the way they get up and head to school tomorrow.
And there are also just so many questions still out there, right? So we know that we have the 2 dead and the 4 injured, with one of those injured people being at Grady, but we don't know the extent of those injuries.
Right.
And so that's sort of a major question mark here in this story as well, just how severe those injuries are for the people who have been injured here during this shooting. We are well over 2 hours into this tragedy here at Appalachian High School, and we're still just getting this new, fresh information as it comes in. But the main priority right now, beyond the medical perspective, is reuniting all of those students, a school of 1,900, with their loved ones. And Molly Oak is on the ground, along with Doug Richards as well. We're sure Doug is out there gathering information and talking to families on the ground. Just really how tough it is to get inside of there with this school being still on this lockdown here at this property. And this video that we're seeing right now, that was a little bit earlier when we saw multiple emergency vehicles speeding away from the high school. We have no idea where they were going, or if there's now going to be possibly a second scene here that we're going to hear about. So as we're learning the information, you guys are learning the information too.
And a key piece of information worth reiterating is one suspect is in custody, and that would be a primary source of potential information for investigators who are now trying to piece together what happened and why, and if perhaps just that one person, that one suspect in custody was involved, or if there are others they need to be talking to. So that's a key piece of information in a couple of ways. One, that suspect is in custody and they're not looking for that person, and also that person being a source of information to piece together what happened inside Appalachian High School this morning at 10:23.
Just got a good question from someone who's joining me on my Instagram Live, saying, are they looking for anyone else there besides the one person that they have in custody? They have not told us that. Cheryl, check your phone. We just got a text message from Liza Lucas. We are hearing from the superintendent, Richard Woods, on this shooting here. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and get that one up.
Yep, I've got it right here, Aisha. It says, I am devastated.
The state superintendent.
This is, yes, State Superintendent Richard Woods on the shooting at Appalachia High School. I'm going to just read this live with you together here on the air. I'm devastated by the news of the tragic shooting at Appalachia High School today. My heart and prayers are with the families and loved ones of those affected and the entire Barrow County community. This is an unimaginable loss for Barrow and for our entire educational community across the state. The Georgia Department of Education is actively monitoring the situation in Barrow County and will continue to respond as additional information is available. Our school safety team is in contact with the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency and with Barrow County Schools, and our entire agency stands ready to assist in any way possible. I ask that all Georgians keep the community of Appalachia High School and first and foremost the families of those lost in your thoughts. I know we will come together as a state to support the Barrow County community as they face this tragic loss. Again, that is from the State Superintendent Richard Woods just a moment ago about the shooting at Appalachia High School.
And we are still awaiting for new information to come in. Again, just received a very good question. Are they looking for anyone else besides the one suspect that is in custody? We have not heard any confirmation that they are. We've only been told that the one suspect is in custody. 2 people are dead, and additionally that 4 people have been injured here. So this is a very fluid situation, even more than 2 hours in, as we continue to get information on this story as it is developing. Those families showing up there to the school, trying to make contact with their students there. 1,900 students attend this school. Now, we do want to say that this has gone all the way to the White House. We just got word that President Biden has been briefed on this situation. Governor Kemp has responded, saying he is dispatching however many resources are necessary, including the FBI. FBI Atlanta confirming their involvement here in this investigation already, along with Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens releasing a statement saying out of an abundance of caution, they have amped up security and police presence around APD surrounding Atlanta public schools, giving them the sense of peace that they may be looking for, knowing that this has happened to, their peers there in Winder. So we're looking at video that we got earlier from our chopper, just showing all these students gathering there on the grounds. Just, you can't even imagine how hard it is, to get all of these students back to their loved ones, just as far as they, trying to get there. The streets are blocked off. So you gotta imagine how many cars are just responding here, trying to get their kids and just lay eyes on them for the first time after getting that text or phone call,
Aisha, another question that came in about were there school resource officers inside the school, and we don't know that for certain, but we can tell you that the Barrow County School District website shows at least 2 SROs are assigned to Appalachia High School. So we do know that they have SROs that are assigned to the school. I'm sure in the days and weeks ahead we'll learn more about what support was inside the school when all of this happened at 10:23 this morning.
Yeah, we're just about 2.5 hours removed from that first call coming in there right at 10:23, Cheryl. And so when you put it into perspective, I think the number one goal right now, these are all great questions that we are getting in from viewers. It's that these things are going to take so much time, and that school has to be 100% secure. The investigation will be extremely extensive as they start to uncover and peel off the layers to this scenario. We came on air with only the fact that the school was possibly even locked down. So from 11:15 to now almost 1 p.m., we've evolved from this possible lockdown at Appalachia to we see 1 medical helicopter leaving the scene, and now we understand from NBC News 2 are dead, 4 injured. So just look how the information continues to build here as all of this comes in. So as we get it, we are bringing it to you within seconds. We have reporters literally on the side handing us these press releases and information as it comes in. So while we do know the school resource officer aspect, that's a pretty standard practice around Metro Atlanta, right? But we just can't confirm if they had one or not at the time.
And we understand that as these events happen in our community, there is such a need and want for information, but just also understand that first and foremost there is an investigation, and police have to tread very carefully to protect the investigation that moves forward. So trying to balance the sharing of information, which is really critical to the people involved and the people impacted, and for the greater community who is feeling this and experiencing this right along with them, but also having to protect a certain level of information as well as they think about an investigation moving forward. Again, they have shared one person is in custody, and we're not certain if there are more that they are considering, but we know that one person will be a key for information moving forward.
According to Northeast Georgia Medical Center, their public information officer, one patient has been transported to their facility in Barrow, and one patient is en route to their facility in Gainesville. That Gainesville location is the level 1 trauma center. So we can now sort of put a place on the 4 injured. We have one at Grady. We have one patient at Barrow at their facility, and then one patient is en route to the facility in Gainesville, which is a level 1 trauma center. Now again, it's 4 injured, so we can surely account for the location of the 3. But still not knowing the extent of the injuries here. That information coming in from the Northeast Georgia Medical Center public information officer. That's new information there.
But it's significant that they chose to send 2 of these patients to level 1 trauma centers, which are a great distance away. So that is a key piece of information, knowing that whatever they're dealing with, they felt the need to send them to the 2 level 1 trauma centers closest. But one is that Northeast Medical Center is still 30 miles from the high school. Grady is 40 miles from the high school. But again, if you're just joining us, we did see the medical helicopters on scene. They are the ones that would transport to those level 1 facilities so they can get the patients to the help as fast as possible.
And we do want to just let you guys know that this situation has gone all the way up to the White House, all the way up to the FBI. And so while we don't have any word on a suspect, it is important to know that we have one suspect in custody, but no details on who this person is, age, or anything of any of the people that have been injured here in this scenario. And so there are still so many questions out there, but we can say that the threat here appears to be over based on the body language. We see another mother there getting their child from the school. People have had to park those cars and just get out and walk. They're calling their kids, where can you meet me? Where can we go? We see a student there with his shirt over his face, not knowing what that young man has experienced, but glad to see him with a loved one there. I mean, this is just absolutely. It
was taking so long for him to let us know.
It's so hard to know. I'm a mom. I'm gonna call them babies. What these babies have experienced and what they witnessed, just seeing your loved one for the first time. The grandmother that Molly spoke to, she was the grandma showing up. The son was already with the mom, but the whole village is showing up to show support to these kids and thinking about the ones who don't have anyone to come and get them either.
You read my mind.
Yeah.
That's it. When I saw that young man, you know, walking across the field with presumably his mom, it's the first thing I thought of. You know, we are bringing you this information as journalists, but we are bringing you this information as parents and members of this community. And I know everyone watching is feeling it today, and it does make an impact. And so we just want to acknowledge that this is difficult for the state and even people beyond the state watching and really thinking about those of you who know someone there and just feeling that for you together and thinking about these kids, these high school freshmen, sophomore, juniors, and seniors who should be thinking about, you know, getting ready for a high school football game this weekend or taking a test, and you know, instead they're finding out more about what happened inside their school and the loss of people that they know and care about, and people in the hospital right now who are getting help, and we hope will have full recoveries. And then just the greater impact of experiencing this, whether you're physically harmed or not, there is a toll that it takes on everybody involved. We continue to hear more and more from our lawmakers and our legislators and our state and federal leaders. It is worth reiterating that FBI is there on the scene. They are helping coordinate. Because as you see this picture right here, you're seeing law enforcement vehicles from, a 50-mile radius. It's like all hands on deck. Everybody comes in this moment, and it is a coordinated effort to get all of that in motion in a way that is effective and protects the investigation and cares for the community moving forward. And unfortunately, a lot of those law enforcement protocols and procedures are in place because of school shootings that have happened in the years past, where maybe that wasn't the case and there was confusion in these times. And so those procedures put into place, unfortunately, you hope they never have to be used, but when they are, hopefully they are effective to make a terrible situation just a little less chaotic for everybody involved.
There was just such a eagerness and a hustle of these people as they respond here to this school. They've parked the car, they've gotten out, and they are trying to get to their children. But just think about it. There are two families here in this case that are not going to get the call from the loved one that they're waiting for. 2 people are dead here. 4 others are injured. We have accounted for the locations of at least 3 of the people who have been injured so far. 1 has been taken to Grady. 1 has been taken to Northeast Medical Center in Gainesville, the level 1 trauma center. Another one has been taken to the location in Barrow. And that sort of speaks to the level of injuries, especially for the 2 who have gone there actually to get to the level 1 trauma centers in Grady there and in Gainesville, both about an hour away from the school. We can say that we saw 2 medical helicopters that arrived there on the scene in response here to this situation. Producers, I want to see if you guys have our former law enforcement officer ready on Zoom. Is that ready? Can we confirm that? That's one area that we cannot speak to. We want to sort of get in the mind of law enforcement to say, what sort of the response here, what are they doing? We have Thaddeus Johnson right now, who is a criminology professor at Georgia State University and a former law enforcement officer out of Memphis, Tennessee. Mr. Johnson, thank you so much for being with us. What can you sort of add to what we are seeing here as it relates to how law enforcement is trained to respond to these sort of incidents? All right, looks like we're still waiting to get Mr. Johnson fully connected. It looks like he's dialing in there. Producers are going to do a mic check with him to make sure that he can indeed hear us. Mr. Johnson, can you hear me?
Absolutely, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you so much. I was saying, just as you're watching this picture live with us and seeing the law enforcement response from your time as a law enforcement officer in Memphis and now being a criminology professor at GSU, what can you tell us about what we're seeing here with this response?
Yes, so with the response, the one thing when you have these types of situations, it can be chaotic. To the untrained eye, it can look like a whole lot of confusion is going on. But when you have these situations, when the officers first arrive on the scene, they're not there to look out for victims or to render first aid. The top priority is to go in, stop the threat, and prevent the further loss of life or injury as soon as possible. And you usually won't see like SWAT or specialized units unless they made it to the scene first, until after other officers generally already entered. You don't wait for a SWAT response. Once the threat is actually neutralized, that's when you start seeing police render aid. They may secure the scene and bring in EMS as well. One thing that's particularly funny about these situations, particularly when you're inside a school building, that can up the ante a little bit. And so generally you'll see students coming out with their hands up, and that's to show that they're not a threat. And that allows officers to also do a visual scan or frisk to see if they have any weapons, any injuries, or things of that nature. Because mind you, officers are not sure who's the culprit, who are victims once they get on scene, unless someone is engaged in shooting or has been pointed out. And so once the initial threat is neutralized, stuff is still going on. They're still investigating. You'll start seeing officers and police departments. Usually you'll see multiple agencies beyond fire and MMS. And so you'll see staging areas where they have those who were witnesses, those who were victims. They have them in a certain area. They have the media in a certain area, and they also present a secure perimeter around the crime scene, for lack of better terms, to keep citizens out and also not to contaminate the scene for the follow-up investigation. So those are some of the things that you tend to see in these scenarios.
It's just been such a tough time for law enforcement in our community. We've had 2 law enforcement officers to tragically die in the line of duty here in our area just over the last 2 weeks. We had one who was shot and is recovering. And so talk about the impact here for the law enforcement officers who are responding. I'm sure many of them mothers and fathers as well. I think it's totally different when you know you're responding and children are in harm's way.
Yeah, I think one thing that we should all be mindful of, that compared to the type of shootings that we have in general society, this is a very small subset, but you're so important that it hits the heart, right? It hits a little bit different. Again, it ups the ante. And so even as officers, officers see life and death situations all day. They see people at their worst. They see injuries. They deal with a lot. They carry a whole lot. And the job itself is inherently dangerous because of all the unknowns. We also know that most of our police officers don't...
the guy with 312 million subscribers, super duper popular. He's 26. He's got all these videos. Some of them feature these stunts, these big giveaways. Big money, right? 7 figures, millions of dollars. But there's some folks sounding the alarm after what they describe as a chaotic shoot. In a TV and streaming exclusive, our Chloe Malas speaks with another YouTube star who's looking to expose what's really behind the scenes of Mr. Beast's empire. So this is your new studio.
Rosanna Pansino, one of YouTube's original and most influential content creators, the host of a popular baking show.
And
now we're gonna do this to the rest
no matter
of
what they can get me.
Is now speaking out against the platform's biggest star.
Jimmy is not the same person that he is on camera as he is off camera.
Pansino met Mr. Beast, whose real name is Jimmy Donaldson, about 5 years ago.
He never smiles off camera.
I have a heart for philanthropy and giving back, and
He's an
that's
abuser.
how he presented himself, as a good guy who loves to do charity and likes to make big, fun, silly YouTube videos.
And whichever one of these 456 people survives the longest wins 456 grand.
Pansino even went into business with Donaldson, though the ventures failed. But she says everything changed after she appeared on Mr. Beast's 2021 reality competition show, The Creator Games.
I had the perfect hiding place.
She was unfairly edited, she says, to make it seem like she performed worse than she had.
Yeah, you can be like cyberbullied if I say anything that's not positive about Mr. Beast.
And when Pansino made that accusation on the pop culture podcast Just Trish last October, she says the backlash from some of Mr. Beast's fans was frightening.
I received very serious, scary death threats.
That sounds terrifying.
Yeah, I've been online for a long time, so a little cyberbullying, the negative comments, I'm used to handling that mentally, but not at this magnitude. I was so scared. I thought I was having a heart attack. The death threats were very specific. They were very targeted.
In spite of that, in July, Pansino went public again, this time on TikTok.
I wanted to keep you guys updated.
It's probably kids with the death threats, dude.
About Mr. Beast's Beast Games.
She says that she's created a safe space for contestants to share their experience on Donaldson's new reality competition series. When Amazon MGM announced that series, the Beast Games was billed as the biggest reality competition series ever. The cash prize, $5 million.
I feel like I've become an advocate. I can't in good conscience do nothing.
How many people have reached out to you so far, roughly?
Right now, it's a little over 200.
Could you tell me about some of the allegations?
They didn't have access to their medication. In a lot of these situations, it was life-saving medication.
William, who asked us to call him only by his first name because he fears online backlash, showed up to what he thought was the Beast Games, but it turned out to be a multi-day casting call for the show in Las Vegas.
One girl in our group, she did need her epilepsy medication and she did not get it. She had a hard time fighting for it.
And that's not all.
We had finally gotten access to food after about 10 hours, and I witnessed a male just collapse right in front of me, and he was convulsing.
NBC News spoke to 5 other former contestants who asked to remain anonymous because they feared retaliation. They said there wasn't enough food and that they witnessed medics responding to a contestant who appeared to pass out. In August, the New York Times reported that more than a dozen unnamed participants told them that they had not received adequate food or medical care, and that some competitors had suffered injuries from the physical challenges, with some even leaving the competition arena.
Didn't they have to sign like something like he wasn't liable, and then they're willing to do it, right? Like Fear Factor wasn't always completely safe either, was it? And like shows where the Survivor stuff, they go for periods of time without eating, right? The difference
on stretchers.
I think
the medication thing, I don't know about all that. I mean, maybe that should have been in the writing, like you can't be on medication and do this. You're going to be away from your medication. Here, sign this. And if they signed it, I don't know. But if that wasn't in there, then why was he withholding people's medications? But if it was in there that they like couldn't be taking anything while they're doing, if it was like a casting call or trying to find people for a show, and they needed people that weren't like gonna have to stop and look like they're eating a Tic Tac all of a sudden or whatever. I don't
think that the injuries are just appalling because they're injuries that could easily be avoided.
What types of injuries are you hearing about?
I heard people got trampled.
Oh fuck, hold on, they're giving a news briefing.
Realized this was happening. Telling us how many people, what you know about that.
We're not in any kind of position. The sheriff's made his comments. We'll leave it at that. By 4 o'clock, we hope to have a better picture, a bigger, so you can better comprehend what.
4 o'clock.
Okay, we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, we missed everything then. Did the other channel get it?
See the mental health care.
We need here hacking with youth.
Nobody got it. Oh, here it is. Right when I turned off element, this dude comes on.
We will check with you soon to a press conference happening now from authorities.
We're standing on the campus of Appalachia High School here at Bear. First and foremost, I want to lift up our community. I want to give our sympathies to our community, our school system, our kids, our parents that had to witness this today. Obviously, what you see behind us is an evil thing today. At about 9:30 this morning, we received the first call that there was an active shooter on this campus. We're not releasing any information as far as injuries, but we have multiple injuries. This is a very, very fluid investigation. It's very early. And I have asked the assistance of the GBI and the agencies here behind me today, and there are multiple agencies that responded this morning to help us and help the sheriff's office. We do have a suspect in custody, and we are asking for your patience as the media to please let us get the facts that we need to make sure we get this right. Again, I've asked the GBI to help us, the sheriff's office to help us along with this. I know this is not what you want to hear, but I'm not going to answer questions after this is over with. But I wanted to give you the respect and our community the respect to let them know what was going on initially. We're in the process of reunifying our students with their parents. Obviously that's chaotic, but we want to be respectful of them and their privacy as well. I want to thank the state, the federal agencies, the local agencies that showed up today. As you can see, the multiple EMS and fire from other agencies that responded today. Again, I ask that you lift up Barrow County Schools, lift up Appalachia, lift up our agencies. This is going to take multiple days for us to get answers as to what happened and why this happened. But I wanted to give you a statement. It is our hope, in conjunction with these people behind us, that we can give you another statement around 4 o'clock, because I know you have to go back on the air. That is my hope. But I wanted to be fluid with you all, understanding that it's fluid as well with this investigation. I appreciate you being patient with us. Again, it's very active and is ever developing. Every minute it's developing on what we're finding. So we're going to have releases from other schools. Again, we ask that you be patient with us. Please be patient with us. And hopefully I can give you more information or more better information, if you will, this afternoon. Thank you all for coming out here. We'll be back shortly, okay?
Sheriff, it's been widely reported that people are dead. Is that true?
I'm not releasing any information. We have multiple injuries.
Can you say if the person in custody is an adult or a juvenile?
I'm not releasing any information. Guys, I'm not going to answer any more questions this time, okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it. A press conference there from the Barrow County Sheriff giving us very limited information, just really stretching that this is a fluid situation and that this is very active and ongoing. He only reported that there were an active shooter call that came in around 9:30 this morning. Now, the banner that you see on your screen with the 2 dead and 4 injured, that is coming from NBC News. They will not even answer questions about the number of people, but he did confirm that there is one suspect in custody. At the end, you heard 11 Alive's Doug Richards go ahead and try to get that question to see if the person
hopefully answer more questions for you, okay? Or be in a position to give you more answers. We'll just have to see how things go.
We just realized this was happening. Tell us how many people, what you know about that.
We're not in any kind of position. The sheriff's made his comments. We'll leave it at that. By 4 o'clock, we hope to have a better picture, a bigger, so you can better comprehend what's going on. Okay, we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The goal now just to get all of those children reunited there with their families, and they do hope to give us another update around 4 p.m. as more information comes in and they feel more comfortable putting that information out there.
Yeah, and you can understand why they really want to make sure that they get the right information out and really make sure, as he said, that the priority remains getting these parents reunited with their children, getting some of these schools that are on lockdown, including an elementary and middle school in the area, getting them really back where they need to be in terms of safety, and those parents as well. We also want to mention that he did stress that this is still a fluid and active situation. You can still see in that area a large number of police officers, as he mentioned, from both the GBI, FBI, and a number of local agencies there, still looking for answers as to what happened. We do not know those details as to exactly what happened, why it happened, but we do know when it happened. It happened around 9:30 this morning. We heard that's when the first calls came into police about an active shooter. Again, a lot of questions in terms of perhaps a motive behind this, or who was injured, or who this suspect is. Again, we don't know if this was a student at the school. We don't know if it was an adult. All we know that suspect is now in custody.
And so right before we went to that press conference, we got an update there from the Winder Police Department. This is pretty important here. If you think about going to this area, you have a loved one in the community. They say that they're working this scene here with the presence there, of course, very heavy. We talk about the high school and the middle school, along with Winder Elementary. So all the schools within the county are currently on lockdown with the officers on hand to keep those scenes contained. They're going to communicate as soon as parents in the other schools can be paired with their children. We know the students from Appalachia High School, they have been given the clear to reunite with their families, but you got to consider the entire district is on lockdown. We're not even close to school release, and so they're trying to figure figure out the best situation to get the other schools off lockdown and reuniting with parents because of the traffic situation. All of these cars there. This says, please stay clear, keep all the roadways open by not blocking entrances and roadways and school lanes with your cars. Everything is contained at this time. They're working with the staff to communicate all the next steps for the release as soon as possible. Again, they want you to stay out of those emergency lanes and keep the entrances and exits clear so that law enforcement can come and go as this investigation keeps going. So all the other schools are safe right now, Jonathan.
And of course, you know, being a parent as well, that's so hard when you hear something has happened at your child's school or even in the district. Immediately you want to go, you want to be there. But again, their concern is that if everyone shows up to the middle school, the elementary school, and of course the high school all at once, that is going to impede what they're trying to do, which is to make sure.
They didn't tell us shit. They're not going to tell us shit until like 4 fucking o'clock.
Namaste. This is Chelsea, spelled with a K. Love, coming back at you with yet another Let's Try. But it's not just a Let's Try, it's my personal favorite thing. Every fall, I take my sons, Tanner, Tyler, and Juraxis, his father named him, to Starbucks, and we get the boys some double shot espresso so that they can get back to screaming slurs at strangers on Fortnite. And I get my special little treat, the pumpkin spice frappuccino. Okay, we've had enough of that. Ugh.
Oh.
It's hot, sweaty. I hate it. Ah.
See, that's why I don't wear wigs, man. They suck when you're bald.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, today
They're itchy.
we enter new territories. I try the pumpkin spice latte, iced.
I have 3 of them.
Also pumpkin muffin. This was all way too
They're for when I need to go undercover. You know what I'm saying? I don't even fucking know it. When I need to disappear, I can be 3 different people. I'm out of here.
Looks wretched. And this looks gaudy with that stupid sprinkle of cinnamon on top. Little cinnamon swirl. Ugh. Well, way too much coffee. I will say I grew up with, you know,
not enough
from
sugar.
The gas station, which is just a powdered mix that you add hot water to. This, though, this doesn't taste like pumpkin spice at all. This just tastes like sweeter than normal coffee. Bill, let's see how the muffin tastes.
Weird.
That's actually pretty decent.
Food.
Until I just got that texture.
Oh, it's not mushy enough.
What's that?
Too crunchy.
There's like sand in my...
See?
Did they drop it on the ground?
You pissed off.
There appears to be seeds, pumpkin seeds on it. Maybe it's a piece of pumpkin seed shell. Or pepitas, as they're called in Spanish.
Dude, I was gonna member up just to see the stream, just to see that Burger King video, man.
Eating this was both
for the people
and a mistake because this is just making this taste more like coffee. How many shots? Because like, I interviewed. Oh, I didn't interview. I talked to someone who gets this every fall, and she said she gets multiple shots in it, and I'm just like, I don't need it that sweet. I just want multiple shots of pumpkin flavoring. I mean, I don't need it that sweet. I just want to try it.
The hell is pumpkin flavoring? I got pumpkin pie. Is it supposed to taste like a pumpkin pie?
It tastes so much
I know
like
what
regular coffee.
I know what you mean. Like the spices.
I get it. It is coffee.
Go into pumpkin pie.
But
Oh my gosh.
I'm used to coffee milkshakes, basically, where it's just the coffee is almost entirely lost and you just taste the sweet.
What spices are those? Like allspice, nutmeg, there's more? Cinnamon? Is that in there?
And yes, I did just eat the cream cheese off the top of that like a goblin.
Cloves?
I had a whole bit I wanted to do with that character, but the moment I put the wig on, I was like, no, this is going to be too hot. Ugh.
Yeah, 1.5 teaspoon of ground
They were large.
clove. Interesting.
Too much coffee, especially when I'm supposed to be going to bed in a couple hours.
Ginger, nutmeg, cloves, allspice, cinnamon. Cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, cloves, allspice. The secret ingredient, black
I had
pepper.
this whole idea where my character is actually an Instagrammer, going by Starchild91 on Instagram or something like that, and then it'd be like, just going through every stereotypical Caucasian female stereotype I could. White Buddhist, Karen. I was really proud of the Chelsea with a K joke. I thought about doing Kelsey with a CH, but that didn't roll off the tongue as much. Ugh.
What?
Wretched. Damn wig looks like a tribble on the ground. And I could have probably improved it somewhat by actually getting a decent wig. Instead, I just bought a $7 wig at Walmart. I swear, Walmart is so weird because they never look like they're, at full capacity with their Halloween stuff. Granted, I don't go there very often anymore. When I do go, I usually just get a mobile order. I got lower back and knee issues, man. I can't be walking through that gargantuan store all the time.
He has to get one of them carts, dude. I had a girlfriend with muscular.
If my weight is subtracted or added to.
I got a girlfriend with muscular dystrophy that would have to get those, and it was like a different type of situation. I feel like his is self-imposed.
The joke, because I don't know. Originally I wanted to do, I didn't want to do it, but I thought about doing full makeup. But then I thought, no, then that's too close to drag, and I'm not really into drag. I don't like that very much. A wig is.
He doesn't like drag.
Makeup and nails, and no. I don't begrudge drag queens. Drag queen, and I had this weird realization a couple of weeks ago too. Drag queens are like clowns. They dress up in makeup. They perform as a character. They are meant to entertain. It's like a cabaret show or something. Clowns weren't always meant for kids. Clowns could also be for adults. There were plenty of adult party clowns back in the day.
A jester.
For goodness sake, the king had a jester. One of the most important people in the land literally had a clown in his court at all times, just to keep him entertained. And drag queens serve much the same purpose. They entertain people. And now they can entertain children. Just because we find them...
No.
Or just because, you might disagree with it. Or find them creepy.
That works.
Which, I kind of get, because a lot of makeup triggers that uncanny valley effect. Happens to me, too. Or I just don't like makeup in general. whenever you see a lady caked up on makeup, you always get a little weird about it. Like, the worst one for me are drawn-on eyebrows. Drawn-on eyebrows always weird me out for some reason. But that's just, you know, I'm a very vanilla, normal guy. That's
never
just
gonna
the thing,
get
you know?
laid, dude.
Also,
Ever.
people say that I have good eyebrows. I don't know. Are they on fleek, as the people say? I have a weird little, like, arch to this one. Well, I almost have a natural The Rock expression.
Never gonna get laid,
I can't
dude.
contort my face, though.
His entire life. Unless he pays for it. Outright.
Well, you will never see me at a drag show.
Listener.
I would not say, like, oh, these people are degenerate. Like, let the drag queens read kids' books or whatever. I don't care. You know, as long as they don't, you know, they're not diddling the kids, okay? They're just normal people with a weird hobby. I mean, for God's sakes, look
They're
at
not
all the
normal
crap I've
people,
got behind
dude.
me. I've
No,
got a
no,
weird
no,
hobby.
no. Most drag dudes aren't, like, normal, are they? Can we say that,
The only
really?
argument you can make against drag queens is that George Santos was one. Also, that RuPaul engages in fracking, which I guess isn't. I thought fracking was a bad thing, but I guess it's not as bad as people. I don't know. Is it bad? Tell me in the comments. It weirds me out that, you know, someone who is famous for, like, hosting a weird, like, game, like, reality show around. Well, I guess drag queens do kind of have to do with Halloween, don't they? Because, like, a classic bit was you know, men dressing in drag for Halloween. My grandpa dressed as the flapper mull to my grandma, who was going in drag as a 1920s or 30s gangster. My grandpa also dressed in blackface one year and belted out the worst rendition of What a Wonderful World You Ever Heard. Allegedly. I was not alive at the time. This was back when my grandma owned a nightclub. I should tell you all about that sometime.
Dude, if he would have been alive back then, they would have made him a sideshow freak. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest boy in Indiana.
Which is so funny that they're Republicans. Like, can you imagine, like, you know, going to running, like, just the most raucous nightclub imaginable, then going to church the next day and talking about how you're going to vote for Reagan again? I don't know. Grandpa was never really a churchgoer. Like, my grandpa, good man, but not. The only time he ever enjoyed church was when he was in the Navy and went to a black church in, where's that naval base? Quantico? I think that's where he went. Anyway, this sucks. I finished it, but I hate it. Like, look at this. This is mostly ice. Would it kill them to, like, make a... I don't know. I honestly would have... I hate to say it, I would have preferred this blended up if they're going to put ice in it. And I hate blended coffee drinks because I hate the ice. I hate icy drinks. That's why I don't like ices anymore, is because it's too much of a textural nightmare.
Interesting if there's ice in it, though.
Milkshakes, because milkshakes have milk in them and can, like, you know, emulsify better. But, I don't know.
They're kind of screwing their customers over with that one.
I was actually watching a thing about one of Danny Elfman's first movies, and it was...
What did he say? No ice, though.
Version of the cabaret show he used to
I wanted ice,
with,
but no ice.
Oingo Boingo, before they transitioned to a more normal, like, rock band. Before Weird Science and...
You just shake her like a bartender, motherfucker.
Insane cabaret show. But, you know, cabaret fell
Show me your
in the late 70s, early 80s.
Show me your Starbucks skills, kid.
So his brother was like, okay, you take over the band, but I want to film one last thing before, just get it all on recording. They got the little person from Fantasy Island to be in it, and it was just an insane, like, fever dream. An absolute acid trip. Oh, shit.
So you can do that. Is it still cold, though?
Rouge an acid trip. But I guess Moulin Rouge is a good acid trip, whereas Forbidden Zone is what it's called, is a bad acid trip.
Has this dude ever even done acid?
Long enough. Y'all have a good one. I don't know if Chelsea with a K will be a recurring character. Probably not, because it's hot enough in here without this thing on. So I'm going to turn this back on and end the stream. Or end the video. Blech. Y'all have a good one. The story story. I'm out of here.
Dude, I can't tell you how many of them I've seen.
Good morning,
That was a good one, actually. The popcorn shrimp episode must have been good, because he loves the popcorn shrimp. You know he does. A little. Ooh, look at it. He's the biggest one, probably. 50 nuggets.
Now, this is the first fast food fave I've done for Popeyes. And it's strange. I haven't really eaten a lot of stuff from Popeyes. But there is one thing. One thing that I have gotten on road trips and on the few sojourns I've made to the Louisiana-based, styled kitchen, and that is popcorn shrimp.
Dude, these sardines are bomb, though.
Seafood. I love fried seafood, especially. I love fried shellfish, especially. I can get more and more specific, but I'm hungry, so we're gonna eat.
As one.
It's weird. I would call Popeye's batter bland, but it does have a very distinct taste to it.
Really likes each bite.
Popcorn shrimp is one of the iconic God, what do you call it? Children's seafood. Like little mini shrimps battered and fried. Or baked if they're frozen at home. And you just dip into them in your cocktail sauce and eat them. Like, what's cocktail sauce? It's ketchup and horseradish. No, they're not very well-made shrimp. They still have the poop chute in them. Which, like, yeah, the gut track is technically okay to eat, but, like, It's a sign of quality when you cut it out.
This number was searched 9 times in 30 days. It still has a low spam risk. Bullshit. They're doing
There's
stir
so
up
many
or
like
something.
varieties of shape and size here. Like, look at this. Well, the lack of uniformity almost makes it seem like these were fresh battered, which they may be. I don't know.
That makes them better. Yeah. Eat them more. I'm moving in a second.
The first time I ever tried these was on one of my road trips to Des Moines. I stopped off for gas and was like, oh, man, I'm hungry. It's too early to get lunch at McDonald's, but the Popeyes is just about to open, and I've never had it before. So, I waited a little bit, went to the Popeyes and got some popcorn shrimp. I never looked back. Although the first time I actually heard about it was during Mythical Kitchen. Josh Scherer and Link Neal went through the Popeyes drive-thru to get their then new spicy chicken sandwich to try for the channel, and then make a fancy version of it. And they also got some popcorn shrimp on the side. And they said it was so smelly, they put it on the curb. Like, it tasted good, it was just that potent. Let me give these a smell. I mean, I just smell batter, really. Unfortunately, seafood allergies and just the expensiveness of shrimp has made it so that you don't really see popcorn shrimp anymore. Certainly not at schools. I had shrimp once during
school? I never had that.
Is it 12 years in public school? Kindergarten? Yeah, I think because senior year is called 12th grade. Well, that's 13 years technically because you start in kindergarten.
Not everybody.
It was 7th grade. And I remember because I had lunch detention that day. And while everyone else was enjoying their subway party in Mrs. Lewis's classroom, I was there with my hot lunch from the school. And I remember it very specifically because on my way to the lunch detention, lunch detention is basically like you get in trouble for not doing your assignments. So they give you lunch detention. You know, it's not like you didn't do anything bad enough to where you have to stay after school or get in-school suspension, but they're like, no, you have to eat your lunch in the classroom. Which, like, I don't know. It seems like a weird punishment to me, but a lot of school punishments are weird. Like, okay, you have to remember, I was a great test taker, but really bad at doing my assignments because undiagnosed depression, lethargy, possible ADHD, who knows.
It had nothing to do with your diet as a kid.
You all see now my brain works.
Did it, Royce, baby. You big fat cherub.
But try getting that crud diagnosed as an adult.
I'm hungry. Mama. Oh, hungry. Mama.
I tell you, if I got on Ritalin, it'd be over. I'd become Superman.
Dude, what the fuck do people think they're gonna go live with for 4 hours? This guy.
Serious the situation.
This guy went live an hour ago with the shooting stuff, right? How long ago? Like, they still. What is this there? There's nothing else. What are you gonna? What? Oh, he went to the White House. Oh, he came back. Oh, why? Because the White House is gonna talk about it. Oh, he's staying on 11. He's staying on the same station I was on in the beginning. Right here.
Taking place, we know law enforcement with meticulous care to make sure.
There's nothing to. They're not going to say anything until 4 o'clock, man. That's fucking 2 hours from now. They're not going to say shit, dude. Are they? They don't even want the people talking to the press. Election security meeting is going on. I bet school was hard with nothing to eat for a few hours at a time. Oh, for Roy's? Yeah. Might have been. You probably had pocket tots. So, Chinese Asians in the government. Guess that was all, man.
.641 right now, happening tonight. People living in the high desert are being urged to voice their opinions before the proposed release of a serial rapist.
You might not remember the face, but you might remember the noise an Antelope Valley community caused back in 2014 over this person's release. NBC4's John Caddy's Klimak is live with the debate over Christopher Hubbard.
Yeah, good morning, guys. That's a good way to put it. The Antelope Valley once again finding itself needing to fight against this man's attempt to return to society. It was 2014 when neighbors last raised their voices and their horns.
You are not welcome here! Come on, Christopher! Come out!
As loud and uncomfortable as they could make it, shouting, honking horns, even banging pans together. Those were the protesters in 2014 outside the home where Christopher Hubbard was released after serving his time for multiple rapes and assaults. A few years later, though, a judge would revoke his parole, and now he could be headed back out to the high desert for another shot at freedom. Dubbed the pillowcase rapist, Hubbard has a long criminal history of violent crimes against women. Prosecutors say he muffled his victims' screams with pillowcases. The California Department of State Hospitals proposed to house Hubbard in a remote community in Pear Blossom, that's about 16 miles southeast of Palmdale, after a Santa Clara County judge deemed Hubbard suitable for conditional release after spending the last 50 years or so in various state facilities. Now, the LA County Supervisor for the Antelope Valley, Catherine Barker, issued a statement about all this, saying, "While I understand that the state performs a comprehensive study and assessment before proposing a site, nothing takes the place of the real-world perspectives that only community members can offer." And that is why tonight, the Juniper Hills Town Council will hold a public forum with a representative from the LADA's
Where else
office.
would he go?
They're going to go over what's
keep
called
him
the
in there.
Sexually Violent Predator Conditional Release Program and give some background information on
Never
this.
been
And then
out,
on
buddy.
October 1st,
Never should've done
the
that.
placement hearing for Hubbard to consider the proposed address of where he'll be living. We'll be following this one closely. That's the latest from our newsroom. John,
Didn't get to
Cutting,
do
back
that.
to you.
Keep him locked up forever. Right? Why aren't people like that locked up forever? You're putting fucking pillowcases over people's faces and doing shit like that? What do you mean? That dude can't be rehabilitated. Is it 50 years prison made him a better person all of a sudden? Anyway. Whoa.
The shooting spree started around 3:30 Tuesday morning on the 16,000 block of Avery Lane in Prunedale.
I just figured a neighbor was scaring away a coyote. Second shot I heard, I thought the same thing. It's really not that uncommon out here. And then right after that, it was just a boom, 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 boom for like 15 seconds. And then at that point, I knew something wasn't right.
By daylight, the alleged gunman, 39-year-old Vicente Arroyo, was in custody without incident. And the slaughter he's accused of carrying out in plain sight. Dozens of farm animals shot dead.
It is a horrible scene. You know, we are very fortunate that no human lives were lost, but we are estimating that almost 100 animals, different types of animals, were killed in this incident. We've got goats and rabbits, guinea pigs, chickens, a small horse, and unfortunately, all of these animals were killed during this incident.
Deputies say Arroyo has family in the area and may have recently moved there. Investigators say he was armed with a large cache of firearms. Hundreds of rounds were fired, triggering a shelter-in-place and SWAT response.
The gunfire started down there. And at that point, yeah, we just hunkered down. I had my wife and my kid get down on the floor, away from a window as low as we could get.
We don't have any information that he was looking for anyone specific. It appears from what we see, the animals were the targets that he chose to go after today.
The shooting spree even leaving veteran officers in shock.
I've been doing this for 24 plus years now, and no, I've unfortunately never seen anything like this when it comes to animal life lost. It's very tragic, very unfortunate.
Now, at this time, it's unknown why Arroyo allegedly targeted those farm animals. This is still an active, ongoing investigation. In the meantime, Arroyo remains here in custody at the county jail, booked on charges including animal cruelty, discharging a firearm, possession of an assault rifle, and vandalism. Reporting from outside the Monterey County Jail, I'm Felix Cortez, KSBW.
Is he here legally? You mean, how did he get all those guns? What? What do you mean? Someone says everyone wants to talk about the legal steps, but no one wants to talk about how he got all those guns. Well, maybe the cartel gave them to him, you dumb cunt. They want to change gun laws, but they're letting our fucking border being flooded. You know, I saw this video of a cartel member going down the interstate in New Mexico or some shit with a fucking 50 cal Barrett sniper rifle sitting on the dashboard. It was a social media post. No, they want their weapons in here. They're gonna get them in here. They're going back and forth though. They are going back and forth. Because ammo's coming from here. Oh, yeah. Maybe it went, yeah, true.
A huge explosion leaves a Memphis mother with severe burns to more than 75% of her body. That accident is blamed on a gas leak tonight. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Stephanie Skirwag.
And I'm Greg Hurst. That woman's family is now hoping and praying for healing and recovery as she receives care in Nashville at a burn center. Our Shay Simon spoke with her daughter as the victim remains in intensive care.
An unbreakable mother-daughter bond.
She's like my person, and it's always been that way.
Elizabeth Gonda says her mom has always showed up for her.
We talk on the phone every day. I was on the phone with her a couple hours before it happened.
On August 28th, Gonda says it was her turn to show up for her mom, Jessica Shea, flying immediately from New York City to Nashville.
Yeah, she was inside of the van, and it exploded. It blew her through the metal door of the van. I don't know how she survived, quite honestly.
These terrifying pictures show what's left of the camper. Shay told her daughter she was going to cook dinner, and when she lit the stove, there was a massive fireball, a horrific explosion, sending her to Vanderbilt's Bird Unit
she can
ICU,
smell it?
away from her home in Memphis.
Weird.
Seeing someone you love in so much pain and pretty much not being able to do anything really is hard. But honestly, I'm just trying to keep it together. I'm like really leaning on my friends and family for support right now.
Right now, the road to recovery could include 3 months in the ICU, surgeries, and rehab.
Burns are like one of the most painful things that anyone can experience, and she has it on such a huge portion of her body.
Gonda says the miracle of her mom making it out is enough.
It would be like world crushing if something were to have happened to her where she didn't make it out alive. I'm feeling so thankful that, you know, she survived. It's going to be a long road, but I'm feeling super thankful.
For your news leader in Memphis, Shay Simon, WREG News, Channel 3.
Hoping for a speedy recovery for her. Right now, help is pouring in as a GoFundMe has raised more than $20,000 for Jessica's recovery. For information on how to help, just head to our website, WREG.com.
Are certainly thinking of these students and sending them our strength and support, because this is something that is going to be dealt with as an ongoing issue for the remainder of the school year and for the remainder of their lives as these students try to figure out how to move forward, as well as the staff and the teachers and the administrators there. You know, your school family is your family. You're with these people day in and day out for months on end, and in a community like Winder, you get to know each other. You know your neighbors, everyone knows each other, and it's unimaginable, as you mentioned, that so many people there will have some sort of connection to what unfolded today.
And you wonder if perhaps the person that you had class with or that you know well, or a teacher, is affected by this, because at this point we have not had any confirmation of the ages or the names or grade levels of any of the people who've been impacted. So for a lot of these students who are leaving today, they are left with just so many questions, left with heartbreak, but again, a lot of questions, wondering if perhaps their friend, someone they care about, someone they love, one of their teachers, is one of those impacted and perhaps even dead from this tragedy.
Yeah, and it's hard to say at this point, because we heard from one of the neighbors of a student that this may have taken place on the 10th grade hallway, but that student was a senior. And so it's even impossible with the limited information that we are getting on the ground to know who all may have been impacted. We don't know if there were staff members, teachers, students. We don't know the ratios of who may have been impacted here. So again, hopefully that is information that we will be able to bring to you in the next 2 hours or so when we hear from the sheriff's office once again. But again, as we talk about this situation, we know that this investigation is going to take quite some time. This isn't something that we're going to get all of the answers that we are looking for today or even tomorrow, as we know that the Barrow County Sheriff's Office is being joined by other local, state, and federal partners to investigate and try to piece together what happened.
And that next update, Jennifer, as we've been telling people, in case you were just joining us, according to the sheriff, he says we are going to try to get you another update at 4 o'clock. He didn't promise that would happen, but that's when they're hoping to get another update. He knows that you all want answers, and of course, media, we have our newscasts at 4 o'clock, and so hoping to get the information out to you. But what we know so far, again, in case you were just tuning in, this all started around 9:30 this morning. That's when the first calls, according to police, came. They arrived on the scene shortly thereafter, realizing that this was an active shooter situation, and we saw police surrounding the school and agencies showing up from around the school. We do know one suspect now in custody, and according to CNN, they are now reporting 4 dead and approximately 30 injured. We know at least one of those injured was taken by medical helicopter or life flight to Grady Hospital, which is a level 1 trauma center, so that would lead you to believe that this was a serious injury, obviously, but we again don't know the extent of that injury.
All right, we want to get back out to some sound that our Doug Richards has been gathering, speaking with family members and students out there on the ground. And we understand this information comes from a 10th grader who heard what went on today. Let's take a listen.
It was just like a loud boom, as if a locker had slammed. So my teacher thought it was just like some kid acting foolish. So then she took a peek outside, and then we heard repeatedly the banging again, and that's when we could identify it was a gun. And then the hard lockdown was placed, and then we ran to the back of the classroom, turned off the lights. I was shaking, scared, and I didn't have my phone on me, and I couldn't communicate with my mom for half an hour. And I didn't know what was going to happen, because you could hear the gunfires right down the hall. So I don't know if it was like the last chance I had to talk with her. But luckily, I'm here.
And you were just listening to a 10th grader at Appalachia High School speaking about his experience today when that gunfire rang out in the school, saying it sounded like a locker being banged shut, and they thought it was a one-off initially until the sound continued, and then they immediately went into those procedures that they practice about how to respond if a shooting happened, running to the back of the classroom, turning off the lights. The poor student saying he didn't even have a cell phone on him, so he couldn't reach his mother. And if you were looking at that screen, you could just tell the anguish that that mother had. Even despite the joy of seeing her son right now and holding him, they were just holding on to each other even as he spoke about what happened.
You could really feel it through the screen just looking at that image. And he told his story, again, turning off the lights, sort of hiding in place, waiting for this to all be over. We also heard from other students that they ran. They heard the gunfire, they heard something happening, and they ran. You know, when you're trained in these sorts of drills, there's different scenarios and different ways that you handle this. Sometimes the best situation is to lock the door and to hide in place. Other times it's to get away from the threat. And so some of these students doing what they were taught, trying to get away from what was happening. But it is just harrowing. It is just heartbreaking hearing that directly from a student who witnessed this just hours ago.
I know, and unfortunately we will hear more and more stories like this as the days continue to move forward along with this investigation. But similar stories that we heard from another woman who was checking on her neighbor's son, that he was in that 10th grade hallway and heard the gunshots ringing out across from that classroom. And so we're starting to hear some similar stories out there of students taking cover as those gunshots rang out.
Right. It just really is. It's just hard to imagine going through that. As a lot of these students, you prepare for these things. You hope that you never have to actually do it in real time and in real life when a situation like this is unfolding. You're taking a look from above of our sky tracker. This was earlier, shortly after this happened, when a lot of the students were released out onto the football field. A lot of them at that point didn't know exactly what was.
I referenced a Facebook post from back in 2022 from school resource officers up in Barrow County at this very high school going through a drill to prepare for an eventuality exactly like this, to respond to a shooting, God forbid when and if it happened, and today it did.
And how many times do we cover stories like that? It seems mundane, right, to say that these departments are doing these drills, and now we see today how necessary those drills and practice sessions are. Let's go out live to our Eric Perry, who is also on the ground, who is speaking to someone here to hopefully give us some more information on what happened today. Eric?
Yeah, Christine, Tom, we've been following the parents as they've come down. We've also seen more flooding coming in from different law enforcement agencies. Of course, my perspective is outside, but I'm here with Camille. Camille, you were inside the school. Walk us through, first of all, thank you for here.
Well, I was sitting in my classroom and he came up to my door, or the door to our classroom. Classmate got up. She went to open the door, but she didn't. Because she saw that he had a gun, she announced it. As soon as she announced it, he started firing. We all went into the corner. Yeah, we just kind of heard a lot of gunshots. Then we heard a lot of, and then maybe 3 minutes later, we heard police running in. And then as soon as we went out, it was flooded with police officers and a lot of deputies.
So I want to be clear. You saw the gunman come to your classroom door?
Yes, sir. He was my classmate.
Oh, there it is.
What is going through your mind? This isn't every ordinary day.
Your
You're seeing the
classmate
gun. Just walk us through that, because to a lot of people watching,
was he
you're
from
young.
Venezuela?
Yeah.
You should not have to deal with that. Walk us through this if you can.
I mean, I just kind of got up, was getting ready.
Voices that matter.
I mean, I never, a lot of people say that it's something that you never really think is going to happen. It's not something that goes through your mind in the morning, and it's really not something that goes through your mind in the morning. As soon as I got to school, I was excited. I really wanted to be at school that day. And it was just complete bust, because I was hoping for a good day and it just turned into a terrible one for families and everyone.
How many gunshots do you remember hearing, if you can even remember how many?
At our door, I'm gonna say 4. I remember hearing 4. And then he went to the other classroom next to ours, and I'm pretty sure I heard 6, 8 gunshots, and then I'm pretty sure he moved on to another hall because I heard more gunshots.
Have you processed this? I don't know if you
Ask
have.
about the kid.
How are you even processing this?
Fuck. What can you tell us about your classmate? Was he a weirdo?
A lot of shock, because I never really thought it would just happen to my school. I know
Damn
it
it.
happens to others, but it just kind of was
The shit about any of this.
In my school.
Man,
it's
come on,
something
dude.
hard to process.
I ain't asking the right question right now.
Especially if you know some of those kids. And I mean, it's
Find out
only
more
the
about
second
the
month of
fucking
school, so it's
kid that
really
shot.
very shocking.
Here we go.
Through from a parent's perspective, getting all of this, what is even going through your mind as you're processing this?
My wife's a teacher. She was teaching at the elementary school next door, and I got a text that we had an active shooter situation, and of course your first thought is my.
Are they not allowed to ask about the kid?
Thinking about
It's a kid.
the other students and other parents, and are they safe? So at that point in time, I just was praying that God would protect my child, the other children. It's just a sad day, but it's a parent's worst nightmare. And again, you hear the cliches about you never thought it would happen in your area, and that's true. But it is a sad day, and we want to make sure that we're praying and supporting those families that have had tragedy into their homes today.
I know you guys have been out here all throughout the morning. You've had a very rough morning. As we leave, describe this school and describe this community. I mean, this does not even come front of mind to a lot of people that are happening here. Describe this community for us.
I have a lot of really nice. I love all of my teachers. They're definitely someone I could go to if I needed to talk. My coaches are like that too. I mean, it's small. It's not, everyone kind of sometimes gets along with everybody. Everyone has fights, sometimes. But I feel like the school is a good place to go, and I feel like just that happening kind of separates everybody, and everybody wants to be isolated and not really talk about it. So I feel like this is going to be kind of a hard thing to get through for the whole school.
Absolutely. Camille, thank you so much. You've had a very long morning, and we're praying for you, and we're praying for you as well, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So you guys, that was a live interview that you were listening to with Camille.
She says that the gunman came to her door. They did not let that gunman in. She describes hearing 4 to 5 shots. Outside of that, the magnitude of what you just listened to. She is 15, 16 years old, inside, knew that person, said he was the classmate, saw the gun, heard the gunshots, did not let them inside of that particular classroom. Imagine these people first thing in the morning, they are huddled up. I'm just getting chills just re-describing what you heard just there. And then they heard to go to a classroom next door where they heard even more gunshots. And then coming to find out all of this tragedy that happened here. So there's still a lot of activity and a lot of emotions. Again, this is someone who is young. This is our next generation, and this is something that they are dealing with. Christine, Tom, tossing it back to you guys right now.
Wow.
And we do want to thank our Fox 5 Atlanta team for their continuing coverage as we continue to follow the breaking news after we understand there were multiple injuries after a high school shooting there at Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. You're taking a live look outside the high school right there as there continues to remain an incredibly heavy law enforcement presence right there. We do understand that the suspect is now in custody. That's according to a very short briefing by law enforcement agents a short time ago. So we do know that the suspect currently is in custody. And in fact, from our Fox 5 Atlanta coverage, we were hearing that live interview as the reporter was speaking with a high school student saying that she knows the gunman and they were terrified as they barricaded themselves inside their classrooms. We also want to let you know that at 4 p.m. Eastern time, we are expecting authorities to give a second update on this shooting as they are calling this a very fluid investigation, not providing many details during their first briefing, as they say they are being very careful in order to make sure that all the information they provide is accurate. So at this point in time, we do know that multiple people were injured in this shooting. We know that the suspect is in custody, and beyond that, we are still waiting to hear a lot of answers to the questions many of us are having. Who is the suspect? Was the suspect a student? We did hear from someone saying that the suspect was in fact a student. Authorities have not yet confirmed that. We also don't know what the motive was of the suspected gunman. We do not know the conditions of those injured, and we are waiting for that information as well. We are continuing to follow this breaking news after this 2-minute break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 2:18 Eastern, 11:18 Pacific, and we continue to follow some breaking news out of Winder, Georgia. I want to share this live look with you from outside the Appalachian High School. As you can see, very heavy police involvement right there as dozens of authorities remain there on campus after multiple injuries. We do know that at least one person was shot in that high school shooting right there. And we also know that a suspect is now in custody following that high school shooting. We are expecting that authorities will be sharing more information at 4 p.m. Eastern time. That is what they shared with us in their initial briefing, not providing many details beyond the fact that multiple people were injured and they do have one person in custody. First getting those 911 phone calls at around 9:30 a.m. Eastern time as students were in the classroom. So beyond that, we do not have the information about who this suspect is, what the motive might be, or the conditions of those who were injured. We do want to continue our breaking news coverage with our Fox 5 Atlanta team, and for that, we're going to pivot to their coverage. Let's listen in.
All the surrounding schools that were impacted by this within proximity of where this school shooting happened, and the urgency for families and parents and mothers and fathers to get to their children and just hope they can put their arms around them once they get to the campus of the school.
Yeah, this is a tragic story that unfortunately plays itself out over and over again in our society these days. It happened down in Fort Lauderdale at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, where I reported for the station for days and days in the aftermath of that shooting, and I can tell you, a couple of things happen in the wake of situations like this. The community really comes together, and from what I've gathered out there in Barrow County, this is a pretty dispersed but pretty tight-knit community, and a tight-knit campus community where that student reported to us that they are all bonded together. Yeah, we fight once in a while, but we are a close-knit campus community where everybody knows each other, and so we don't know if the murder victims have been taken out of the building yet. This is certainly now a crime scene investigation, which will unfold in the days and hours and weeks to come.
And you just think about, you bring up Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, how much more advanced and knowledgeable and trained are officers now since an incident like that?
Yeah, every time something like this happens, they learn from the last one, and perhaps that prevents further casualties, and it expedites the way that authorities are able to neutralize, a gunman that walks into campus. That's something else we don't know a lot about at this time, is how is this gunman related to the campus community? Is it a student, an alumni, or somebody completely unrelated? That information hopefully will come out here. We're expecting a news conference to happen at about 4 o'clock this afternoon, where we're going to get a lot more information from authorities as to what transpired this morning. But the worst news has been realized now, is that we have 4 fatalities and 9 other injuries.
Just so absolutely unfortunate. Our hearts, of course, go out to those individuals. Obviously, there is a process before information like that is confirmed to the media. There is a process of making sure next of kin is notified as to what happened, that their loved one has passed away. We imagine that process has since taken place for that information to be released to the public now that 4 fatalities have been confirmed. We do not know if that number will increase. We certainly hope that is not the case. But again, still so many questions that need to be answered with all of this, as to, especially with the suspect being in custody and alive, that person can be questioned now as to what the motive was. How premeditated was this? How did this weapon get in the possession of this individual? How did they get it on campus? All of these questions, I'm sure, being asked by officials with a suspect in custody. And of course, with those who have been wounded in all of this, they certainly will have critical information to help authorities piece together this puzzle, piece together this timeline of what happened at 10:23 this morning inside Appalachian High School until until now.
And so we've heard from state officials, and federal officials are up on what's happening as well. All the way from the White House on down, Governor Brian Kemp releasing a statement earlier saying that he's directed all his resources to what's happened. Representative Mike Collins, who's the congressman that represents this area, has also released a statement. This is from the governor that he's joining family in prayers for the victims, and that they're going to continue to work with the local and state and their federal partners as they work to gather more information as to exactly what happened here.
And we just received an official statement from the White House. We told you earlier President Biden was briefed by the Department of Homeland Security. I'm going to read some of what he wrote here in this statement on the shooting at Appalachian High School. He says, Jill and I are mourning the deaths of those lives that were cut short due to more senseless gun violence and thinking of all the survivors whose lives are forever changed. What should have been a joyous back-to-school season in Winder, Georgia, has now turned into another horrific reminder of how gun violence continues to tear our communities apart. Students across the country are learning how to duck and cover instead of how to read and write. We cannot continue to accept this as normal. We are closely coordinating with officials at the federal, state, and local level and are grateful for the first responders who brought the suspect into custody and prevented further loss of life. He goes on to say, ending this gun violence epidemic is personal to me. It is why I signed into law the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most meaningful gun safety bill in decades, and have announced dozens of safety executive actions. I also established the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, overseen by Vice President Harris. We've made significant progress, but this crisis requires even more. He ends by saying, after decades of inaction, Republicans in Congress must finally say enough is enough and work with Democrats to pass common sense gun safety legislation. We must ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines once again, require safe storage of firearms, enact universal background checks, and end immunity for gun manufacturers. These measures will not bring those who were tragically killed today back, but it will help prevent more tragic gun violence from ripping more families apart. And that was the entire statement there from the White House.
And not lost on any of this is the fact that we're 61 days from the presidential election, which is, in the thick of it right now after the Labor Day holiday. You can bet that both candidates will be responding in their own way. Both the vice president and the former president himself, the two set to debate.
I'm waiting on the student who knows who the shooter was, though. Because somebody's found that out by now.
Sorry.
I'm waiting on.
So we were dipping into our Fox 5 Atlanta coverage right there, but I want to continue to bring you some other different looks right here from around where this area is in Winder, Georgia. And you can see the very heavy police presence right there. As we now have confirmed, 4 people are dead, 9 sent to the hospital after the Appalachian High School shooting in Winder, Georgia, receiving that confirmation from a number of sources, including Fox News, as well as authorities. And so we wanted to share that very latest update with you as we continue to follow this breaking news. I also wanted to share this video with you right here. This is from a Fox 5 Atlanta reporter receiving this social media video from a student at the high school just moments after all of this unfolded. Brittany Edney saying that this is exclusive video from Joel Romero from inside Appalachian High School where multiple people were shot. This is when law enforcement started moving in, 1 person in custody. So we did want to share that video with you in the moments after that shooting. As you can see, the chaos there inside one of the classrooms. As we now know, 4 people have been killed, 9 others sent to the hospital in this shooting, as we do know that a suspect is in custody. We also know that authorities plan to provide provide another update at 4 p.m. Eastern time, so in just about an hour and a half, and we will bring that to you as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, we are going to be stepping away for another break. We'll be right back.
That's it for me, y'all. Enough break times for me. I don't need to smoke anymore. I'll go ahead and get out because the kitties are done eating. Sun's on the plate. Go ahead and pick that up and everything and shut her down. Thanks everybody for hanging. Sister T. Anybody else that might be here? Ted Thomas. Mark. Have a great day, y'all.